All right, it's probably good to get. Let's get it going a little bit. Ugh. Words hard. Let's go to the chat screen. How's it going, everybody? It's me, Hal. Hi, Dusk. Hello. I decided to kind of go mostly mimic, but I got my old style hair back, which it's a nice look. It's a nice look. So yeah, today we are going to be doing a photo. Hello. What am I getting bonked for? I have done nothing bonk worthy so far. But yeah, so today we are going to be doing Mork Borg. It is a very, I've been reading, it's like a fan, it's a kind of like, I don't think it technically falls under OSR, but it's kind of like a kind of classic adventure style RPG. I guess that's fair. So it's kind of got like a bit of like a black metal tinge to it. Fairly lethal, but probably less lethal than the level 0 funnel for Dungeon Crawl Classics that I did way back when. So the characters may or may not live slightly longer. We'll find out. So today we're going to be playing with chat. I have not done something like this with this system before. Technically, this is the first time I've ran it at all. So we'll see. We'll kind of see how things go. So probably go ahead and just vibe for a little bit. Make sure we got a couple people coming in. My thought is ideally once I can kind of lock in at least 4 people. That should probably be enough to get us going. And for this as well, you don't have to be super active. All you have to do is redeem the Mork Borg join, and then also say like what you want your character's name to be, and I will update as such. So I can kind of let me see if I can. Let me do something real quick. I'll make like a little waiting screen. All right, and then we can go. I can show you guys sort of like the setup so far, and I explain the rules a bit. Here we go. All right, so this is the setup. Dumpster, hello. Where's Gambit? Not to worry, but there's a bit of something on my chest. Oh, it might have been something I ate earlier. Thanks for correcting me on that, Ren. I'll have to take a look at that later, baby. But welcome. So yes, there's a lot on the screen right now, so I'm going to explain kind of what's going on. This is going to be the player characters over here. These happy little people. As I have up to 20, I'm expecting up to 20 at the most as I'm going to allow for the session. I'll continue to add more of these little particular icons to the screen as chat fills up. If you would like to join today, just go ahead and redeem the Mork Borg join, and we will get you put right in there. You will also notice a misfortune little counter up there. That is going to be if you would just like to fuck over the players in any way. If you spend 666 points, that gives me a little couple of numbers I could use to fudge some dice rolls to maybe make some bosses a little bit more dangerous, stuff like that. So yeah. That's sort of the game plan for this. Let me take a quick. I don't know why I had like the wickedest headache and like sleep. You ever just like get a full night's sleep, like you sleep in, you feel rested, and then later in the day you just feel like absolutely tired for no reason? That was me. That was today. Dusk, hello. Welcome to the Mork Borg stream. Let me take a sippy sip. So I've been just like mainlining caffeine all day today. All right, we got Frodo to join. All right. So we'll go ahead and we have a list of 20 characters that I have pre-rolled. So I will go ahead and tell you sort of what to expect for your character. Oh, I see Dusk as well. All right. So currently, Furo, you got 13. You have a staff, medium armor, 30 foot of rope, and 15-foot heavy chain. Very nice. Let me get you written down. And I see Dusk, you have redeemed one as well. So I just want to make sure that everyone is kind of put in properly. This is good. This is going to be a little bit of bookkeeping that I have not that I have not quite experimented fully with. And then, all right, so Dusk, we will get you in as well. You are number 8. So all right. So number 8, your character has your weapon is just a femur. You have no armor. You have a D4 doses of red poison, and a toolbox containing nails, tongues, hammer, salt, and drill. Alright, so let me get you in there. Dusk Boom spell. Alright, if anyone else would like to get in as well, go ahead and just redeem that redeem. And I think we'll give this like a little bit. Yeah, you could just like slather the bone in poison. That works too. And something else I want to try to do is in Photoshop. Let's see if I can actively do this. White text right here. Font, not stupid fucking huge. How about we do like a regular 24-point font. Here we go. Ah, perfect. All right. We'll go ahead and put everyone's names on the image itself. Therongaria. All right, we also have Ball McPokey. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. Let me get Ball McPokey on there. And your position is 13. Well, you're at 13, so go ahead and re-roll that. 7. All right, so we have Ball McPokey. And this is from Dump. I have to make sure I get your name right. I'm also trying to attribute these properly. So you have a bow and 10 arrows, 30 foot of rope, and a crowbar. Let's go. And then, all right. And then we'll go ahead and add Ball McPokey to the image. I figure what I want to do with the image is if I put everyone's name on there, then it'll be like a fun way just to kind of see all the participants later and kind of who lived. So we'll go ahead and do it like this, and then I'm curious what happens if I hit save. No, all right, here's what we're gonna do. Export, quick export to a PNG. You do have Ball and you do Poke. All right, let's see if this should replace it in my. There we go. Check it out. We have everybody here. All right, go to I figure probably what I'm going to do is I will wait till we hit 10 minutes into the stream, and if we do not get anyone before then, we will just go out onto adventure. I did make this pretty flexible, so I can run this for I'm pretty sure any amount of players. Let's go. Yeah, we got the 3 current players: Diana Raventon, Therion Giria, and Ball McPokey. Jotun, hello, Talus Thrackwagon. That sounds like a name that wants to beat you up. Let's go. How's it going, Jotun? All right, let us see what you have. You are position 9. You also have a femur, no armor, poison, but instead of a toolbox, you have 15 foot of heavy chain. All right, that gives us a party. Let me go ahead and put your name onto the sheet as well. Oh, this is going to be a little difficult. Oh my god, this name is going to be very large. All right, here we go. Perfect. Booyah, let's go. All right, so we have a well-balanced party. Let's go ahead and export that, and then we'll put you on there. All right. And then Jotun, let me add you to the sheet. And then with that we have I fucked up my copy paste. All right, this should be fine. Yeah, you guys have a lot of just like bones in general. Which I mean that kind of like the game has some very interesting starting items. Like it's very possible to roll monkeys in your starting equipment. Like that's not like a euphemism. That's not like anything else. Hello, hi Japari Bun. Welcome. How's it going? We are playing Mork Borg with chat today. If you would like to join, feel free. If not, there is a misfortune option if you want to make everyone else sad. You could do both technically. You could join people can join the game and trigger the misfortune. I don't know why you do that, but the option is there. All right, so with that, we are ready to begin. So let me sort of set the scene. All right. Let's go to my notes. I took a lot of notes today. I spent way too much time planning this out. And I still don't think I got as far as I would have liked. I know what to do. Hell yeah, let's go. All right. The end is nigh. The sun itself has faded from the sky, coating the land in endless darkness. And if that wasn't bad enough, with the sun gone, hordes of ravenous monsters pillage and destroy the land. The mainland where you all come from is completely overrun. Civilization as we know it is about over. But there is one hope shouted by the mad ravings of prophets. Go east, across the sea. Look for a forgotten kingdom, the bastion of the sun. A land that has been lost for who knows how many years. It's believed to have been myth. But what other choice do you have? In many, many ships, a combination of heroes and refugees have decided to test fate, sail into the unknown seas with no sun to guide them, and look for this fabled land to see if there's some way, any way possible, to fix the sun. Oh, you got yourself a preamp. Hell yeah. Preamps are super handy. Like, I could not use this microphone right now if I didn't have a preamp. And even then, it's pretty dim. Oh yeah, I have a cloud lifter. I imagine the dynamite's also pretty legit, which is good. All right, so currently all four of you, Diana Raventon, Theron Giria, Ball MacPokey, and Talus Vakthragan. Jesus Christ, I'm going to struggle with this, which is fine. This is my fate. I chose this fate. Are on this boat. You've been sailing for feels like so many days. You've lost track of time. The food stores had long run out. Unfortunately, a few of you have resorted to taking up cannibalism just to survive. Not everyone was equipped with arms and armor, so now the few of you, in order to even live, cling to the femurs of your dead comrades, using them as crude bludgeoning instruments. But when all hope was lost in the distance, a light. How many people have we ate exactly? Untold numbers. 100 men and women set sail on this ship, packed in like sardines. Now the numbers 20 capable people, and the captain himself. The captain, many years, at least before the sun was lost, was a joyful, boisterous man, thick of stature, covered in tattoos, the perfect pinnacle of a sailor. But now, emaciated, thin, hollow. When the sun was lost, so was the sparkle in his eyes. The only thing he can do now is sail, maybe make small talk. He did nothing as some of you decided to cannibalize your fellow crew members. But no one dared eat the captain, for if he was lost, truly everyone would perish. But now, thankfully, in the distance, light, hope, a lighthouse beacons towards you. And as the captain steers the ship closer to the lighthouse, finally, it's land. But the closer and closer you get, there's no movement, though. It looks like a tiny little portside city, completely barren of lights. In fact, the only indicator that this place might not be totally uninhabited is the lighthouse, still blazing away. I don't trust the land, but I mean, what else is there left? Would you prefer to be eaten by packs of undead back at home? You don't even know where home is at this point. The captain pulls the ship into the harbor. And while the rest of the crew decides to stay behind to kind of scout out the area, 4 of you decide to take a look around. Diana, Theron, Ball, and Talus step off the ship. If there's anything you all particularly wish to do, or find the food as people, you could look for more people that just aren't you for food. So you are all on the pier. You have the option to go maybe deeper into the port town or towards the lighthouse. You could also interact with the captain. The other crew members are going to be potential PCs, so if they're a little bit off limits for now, or at the very least they're so sullen and lifeless that they do not react. All right, so you wish to explore town. I can put this to a vote. Okay, all right, poll. What next? So I'll go to the lighthouse. Explore the docks. I'll set that for 1 minute. Is it possible to sharpen the bone into a blade? Unfortunately, these bones, sharpening them probably wouldn't do much to change their physical structure. They're just going to be kind of shitty. So maybe scavenging for some better gear might eventually be a good priority for all of you. Let's see, you have a crowbar and rope to get some food. Yeah, you guys have plenty of rope for some reason. You have plenty of rope. I don't know why you have so much rope. Let me take a quick sippity sip. And also too, if at any time anyone else feels like jumping in, just go for it. It will not interrupt the flow of gameplay. Alright, it's looking like exploring the docks is going to be sort of the next thing on the list. Alright, we are nigh unanimous except for the one person who did not vote to go to the docks. So away we go. Alright, scroll down. So also I need to roll a die as you approach the dock. So while you're on the pier and you're walking, the pier has not been holding up very well. The wood has rotted in many spots. Sand and salt have begun to erode away at the the former the paint that kind of kept the docks looking nice and pretty. So let's roll a die. Let's roll a die. 1. Diana. As you begin to walk towards the docks, one of the planks of wood on the pier begins to give way. And we're going to make a roll to see what happens to you. Alright, so unfortunately you have a agility penalty. So in Mork Borg, the dice system is you roll a d20 plus or minus your stats, and you try to hit above a 12. Oh, unfortunately, a 6 was rolled. I might put myself more in the middle. Let me put myself more in the middle so you guys can get a good indicator of maybe what the dice are being rolled. Here we go. Yeah, this should be fine. Alright, so Diana. As you're walking on the pier, you don't realize when the pier gives way, and your foot just goes straight through a soggy, kind of half-rotted piece of wood, causing you to crash down into the pier itself, scarring you up and slicing your skin. Take 1 point of damage from just the wood and the splinters as it tears up your leg. But thankfully, you seem to still be relatively okay otherwise. Alright, and then after the rest of you pick up Diana, y'all head deeper. Oh, Talis in particular reaches up to grab Diana and pull them up. You notice that other than the fact that there is just like gross kind of rotted wood chunks sliced through her leg, she seems to be going pretty well for the most part. She's still able to move around and whatnot. All right, so y'all continue towards the docks proper. There are boxes around and barrels. Soon you'll find out. So once you get to the docks, once you get to the docks, you do notice that there is all kinds of boxes and barrels, crates. Just all kinds of storage boxes just kind of left all over the place. Many of them are similarly rotted and awful. This whole place has been like heavily neglected. But once again, no sign of human life around. However, you do notice some creatures in the distance. Or something in the distance. They don't quite have the outline of humans, especially in the darkness. Everything at this point is only poorly lit by the moon. But you see strange shapes lumbering about, the sound of wood and metal dragging on the ground. The occasional groan and then something being picked up and something being put down. Alright, Jotun, you decide to check into one of the nearby boxes. Let us find out. Alright, Talus will look through the boxes. Alright, let me see. You have a presence score of -1. We'll see if there's anything good in there. Alright, you look inside. You look inside one of the barrels, just looking to see if there's anything of particular note, and inside you just see rot and slime. At some point, this must have been a barrel of fish, but at this point, it has just been kind of congealed into some sort of organic rotting paste. Besides that, though, there doesn't seem to be anything particular of use in there. However, there's more barrels. There's more barrels to look around for. But also, when you open the barrel, it did make some noise, causing the shapes to kind of react in the distance. There are some buildings nearby you can kind of duck into right now, if need be. The buildings will kind of provide you with some kind of cover as you go in. All right. Theron will also check one of the barrels. All right, smells like me mom's mud pudding. I want to say in it after that so badly. All right, Theron has a bonus on this. Oh God. All right, so you have. I'm sorry, Dusk. You were rolling like terrible luck right now. So as Therion opens up the barrel, there's just like a hideous little creature inside of it. It's some unholy amalgamation of man and crab, packed in the same sort of dense, rotting fish paste that the other barrel had. But the creature, it's about the size of maybe like a large baby. If it wasn't for the fact that it had the head of a crab and a strange claw jutting out of its back, you would assume that it is you probably would assume it was a baby. All right, we'll go ahead and roll a quick agility roll to see if you can react to attack it first before it tries to do the same to you. Theron, there we go. Luckily, you are able to react first as you take your femur, and let's see if you can actually deal with this cursed child thing before it sniffs back. Unfortunately, you tried to beat it with your club, your femur club, and the claw in the back just keeps snipping wildly, faster, and then it tries to strike at you. God damn it. The creature snips back, just like cutting a deep gash into the side of your torso. And you take another point of damage. Oh no, you haven't taken damage. You haven't taken damage yet. Causing like a neat little pinch mark. Mako, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Let me see how your stream was going. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernacht the Elf. And today, let's see. Akuji the Heartless. I have not heard of Akuji the Heartless. Sounds pretty cool, though. Well, if you Raiders do not know me, I'm Halbernacht the Elf. I paint miniatures and run niche tabletop role-playing games. And, it's like Soul Reaver. Oh, okay, I gotcha. So today, Ayosh, hello. Welcome. So today we are playing, Mork Borg, a tabletop role-playing game, with chat. If you would like to join, all you have to do is use the redeem Mork Borg join, and we will add you in as a character. We can have up to 20, so don't worry about losing any spots. If you'd rather, you also don't have to necessarily act or do anything if you make a character. I can control you if you wish to be more passive, or you can do the misfortune redeem to make things sad. Yeah, Dust's character has been attacked by a crab baby. And so for everyone else, at this point, after the crab baby snips at you, it pops out of the barrel and just begins to skitter away. Not on baby legs, but on strange kind of crab legs as it comes out of the baby's torso as it shifts off into the darkness. Yes, is a goddamn crab baby. Crab baby, crab baby. Tastes like crab, tuck like baby. But at this point, with the crab baby loose, now the shapes of the creatures in the distance are beginning to converge on all of you. You can try to outrun them. You can try to look for a nearby building. You can go deeper into town, or you can go back to the lighthouse or the boat. So I'll put a vote up. I'll put a vote up to see maybe what to do next. Let's see, what do? Hide in building. Let's see. Go to lighthouse. Go deeper into town. All right, I've posted some options. Also, though, for these votes, if you guys have other options as well, feel free to say, and I can put them into. All right. So currently, Ball McPokey runs after Theron. There we go. Let's see what the poll is currently saying right now. All right, hide in a building. Hide in a building seems to be a pretty popular choice. Let me take a quick sippity sip. Very good, very good. All right. It looks like a building has been sought out for shelter. So, let's see, running deeper into town will likely cause more problems. Yeah, it seems like the collectively the four of you decide that maybe going into a building might be the safest place, and you all run into a warehouse on the docks. Inside the warehouse, it is especially cool and musty. Like everything else on this forsaken dock, it is long since been neglected. Everything is sort of left into ruin. However, it's relatively safe at the moment. You all hear the pitter-patter of some sort of footsteps outside, but no one has gone in quite yet. Inside the warehouse is just a big pile of just like wet algae and seashells. Talus takes a big sweep of the warehouse. Yes, of course. So inside this particular warehouse is let me explain what's in here. So it looks like at one point this was a regular warehouse, but this is converted into something else. Large vats hold vast quantities of salt water as the ground is littered in just discarded meat, seashells, and just dried salt. You hear clicking and chirping, and when you take a look around, oh yeah, everything here reeks of fish. This building especially reeks of fish. Like one of the barrels in particular, like the smell of the barrel permeates this entire location right now. It is strong. Does one of you wishes to investigate one of the big vats? Mud puddings. Oh, if it was mud pudding. All right, Diana goes into, looks over into one of the big vats, and inside, eggs. All kinds of eggs. Strange semi-translucent eggs, each about the size of your fist, with a tiny little creature inside. It almost looks like a human fetus, but warped and twisted. But there's dozens of them. Dozens in that one barrel alone. Yes, the eggs. The horrible, horrible eggs. Oh, and dumpsters. Let's see. If Ball McPokey opens up like the biggest barrel in the room, and then Edible eggs. I mean, you could attempt to eat an egg. You could attempt to eat an egg. You are quite famished, and the last meal you had was man, so this would be not that big of a step. When Ball opens up one of the big barrel in here, it's more rotting fish paste. Clearly what's going on is that this must be some sort of feeding and birthing chamber, but for what? You could attempt to burn it down, but I don't believe any of you actually have any instruments of flame right now, and also it is quite soaking wet, like most things on the dock at the moment. No, currently you do not have fire starters, no. You could maybe scavenge around for some at some point. When you've looked around this room, you have not found any so far. Yeah, you guys have, collectively you have a crowbar, toolbox, a bunch of poison, rope, chain, and chain. You guys have a lot of poison and a lot of ropes. Let me see. The poison is not flammable. It looks like when Talus looks around, there's no office left. This entire building is some sort of horrific spawning building. You do know, however, that there is a town deeper in, and there is a lighthouse that you could maybe search either of those for instruments to kind of light things on fire. Is there any gunpowder, kind of fuel oil kind of thing? Not in here, no. There's a strange lack of light in general. So whatever happened to this town has sort of left it light, bereft of light. Oh, do they exist? This is more of a. I imagine this setting doesn't have a lot of gunpowder. At least I didn't see. I think imagine more medieval tech at this point. So probably more like oil, flint and steel sort of dealio. But yeah, if you have not found any so far. Need to evaluate the risks. Yes, of course. So it sounds like the plan is to maybe attempt some way to get flame. There's no food. There's a creature out there. Food, fast prey. All right, let's. I mean, there is eggs. There's a whole bunch of eggs. If you think you could stomach them, that is an option. But I'll go. It sounds like obtaining fire is sort of the goal. So let's go ahead into where to obtain fire. A lighthouse or town. We'll put that as a vote. Cool. And then let's set up. I'm gonna set up a Nightbot timer too, just to let people. If at any point anyone wishes to join in as well, just feel free to redeem the redeem. Let me see. Mork Borg. All right, I set that up. Asina, hello. Welcome. We are playing Mork Borg with chat. If you would like to join, there's a redeem for that. Or if you just want to chill and relax. So currently, right now, everybody is in a warehouse filled with hideous man crab eggs, and they're looking for a source of fire. All right, currently, the plan to obtain fire seems to be going to the lighthouse. All right. The lighthouse has been chosen. So at this point, realizing that fire is something you all desperately need, the four of you set out to look for the light, to go towards the lighthouse. Let me whippity swap the slides. Here we go. All right. So as you kind of retreat from the docks to the lighthouse, you kind of see that the lighthouse itself is also in a very poor state of repairs at the moment. However, it does seem to be maintained to some degree. While the sea and the winds may have battered the outside of the lighthouse, it does look like some patchwork has been done. Go chill for now. About to head out sadly Saturday. I understand. Just you can feel free to chill as much as you wish and take it easy. Take it easy. You could shitane. So yes, you approach the lighthouse. Yes, it does seem like people are here. There is as you approach, there is the door to the lighthouse. Who would like to open the door? Is any of you feeling particularly brave? All right, Talus will open it. So Talus opens the door, and when that happens, you know it's finally something you have not felt for a long time since you set out into your journey into the unknown. Warmth and dryness. You're just immediately greeted by a rush of heat. Like, as clearly whoever's heating the inside of his lighthouse, it is probably upwards of like 70 to 80 degrees. It is almost unbearably hot, but it's still warm. All right, Ball stands at the ready in case something happens. So the interior, when you look around it, it's besides the dryness, you notice that most of the walls have been blackened, and the whole lighthouse smells like smoke and burnt hair. But the thing that strikes you the most is a voice that reaches back from the higher up in the lighthouse. Who's there? Who's there? How do you respond? Not monsters, you say? Come up to the top of the lighthouse so I may better take a look at you. Potato Bear, hello, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for stopping by today. I'm Halbernacht the Elf. I like to paint miniatures of the Skava and Nurgle variety, and I also run niche tabletop role-playing games like I'm doing tonight. I'm playing Mork Borg with chat. Also, Dylan the Almighty, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Also, Potato Bear, holy shit, you're playing Inscription. Inscription is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Oh my god, it's an amazing game. But yes, if any raiders would like to join in this, I'm running a tabletop RPG with chat. All you have to do is use the redeem Mork Borg join to get your name added to the list of adventures. All right. Earlier I talked about tabletop solo streams, so I'm glad you're online. Hell yeah, let's go. All right, so it seems to be ready in case it's a trap. And then Dusk, you have your character, Theron. Let's see. Walk up the stairs. All right, very good. All right, it seems like everyone is slowly walking upwards as you go up the rickety White House. Yeah, I know. The game has like such a tabletop feel to it. Like Inscription is easily my favorite game of the year. Probably one of my favorite games I've played in a long time. It's amazing. If you have not played Inscription, play Inscription. Hello, Legacy. Hello. Oh wait, yeah. I was in the bathroom. Teto raid. Yeah, let's go. Hey, it's all good. Everyone's gonna take bathroom breaks. So as the four of you creak your way up, the stairs are rickety, and it seems like much of the lighthouse has not been walked through. Like the stairs are covered in soot. The rooms leading up are empty or covered in cobwebs. Gonna watch a movie, but I need to catch one of these tabletop streams and maybe join one day. Yeah. We should totally. I'd totally like to have you at my table one of these days. I think you'd have a very good energy for it. Have fun with the movie, yo, and take it easy, nerd. Later. All right, so the four of you go to the very top where the flame is kept, and you're greeted by this man. Let me resize that a wee bit. There we go. Say, at the top of the lighthouse is an old man, impossibly old looking, spine hunched so deeply that he's almost like bent at an L shape. His skin is dry and leathery, and it looks like it cracks and chaps whenever he moves. On his back remain several candles that are just burning, dripping hot wax onto his spine. And he reeks of piss. I thought I was the last one left. The last human here. You don't look like you're from around these parts. I'm the caretaker of this lighthouse. Also, Legacy X Mania, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. I maintain the light of the lighthouse. I thought that maybe someday someone would come to this forsaken land. Tell me, what brings you all here, and where are you all from? Yes, the hot wax does not seem to bother him at all. What do you mean the last human? So you ask him, what do you mean the last human? Something terrible happened. This land is the bastion of the sun. The people, its caretakers. We're the ones connected most with the sun's flame. And he sticks out his index finger, and a small flame alights. In better times, it is our duty to provide sacrifices to keep the sun working, to maintain its bounty for the world, but at some point, something went wrong. I don't know what happened. I am just a lighthouse caretaker. But darkness enveloped the sky, and the cities began to fall one by one. It's all I could do just to keep the lighthouse aflame with what little of the sun's light I have within me. You have come for flame, then. Truly your cause is just. From my back, take one of my candles. It's the sun's flame that I nurture, probably the last of its kind left in this world. The more monsters you burn, the stronger the flame will become. The flame is the gift of man. It's what separates us from beasts. It's what we use to cook our meals and forge our steel. And when the flame goes away, that's when the creatures of the dark decide to come and take the glory of this land that they're so jealous of, so envious. And he takes one of the back candles and attaches it to a little candle holder and hands it to all of you. Diana wishes to grab more candles. The old man will recoil when you try to grab more than one. No, please, I've given you all the candles I can so far. My strength is fading, and I need to keep the lighthouse on. Other ships might need to guide our way through. Also, One-Shotty, hello. We're running Mork Borg tonight. If you would like to join, we use the Mork Borg join redeem, and we can make you a character for this. Oh, it's no problem. I understand your predicament. Luckily, that little flame I provided you should be quite potent. The more you feed that little flame, the stronger it will get, and the bigger the flame of the sun, the more the monsters of the dark will be driven from these lands. Oh yes, which among you will bear the flame? We currently have many good choices of fire holders right now. If not, I could actually just say collectively you all have the fire too. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. All right, so we got one vote for Diana. Sounds good. If anyone has any objections, we could. If not, we can give Diana the flame. Let me make sure I get this highlighted. All right, Diana, it is. All right, so you now have a candle of the sun's flame. Let me write that down. Falme, I cannot spell, Jesus Christ. Can you attach the candle to your staff? You can, yes you can. It will fit to the top. It will fit onto the top. And then the caretaker also says, "You may stay in my abode as long as you wish. I'm afraid that I cannot provide much for you. All I do is stay here and nurture the flame of the lighthouse to make sure it shines. Maybe more of your kind from across the seas will come someday. Someday soon, hopefully. How well have you all slept on your journey? Poorly. You have all slept poorly, but I mean, at the moment you are, quote-unquote, well-rested, as in sleep will not do much for you. But yes, your staff has now been kindled up. Which characters have been taken? So I have 20 character slots. I guess here, let me do this real quick. Probably. Let's put this. So this is the second set of Mork Borg characters. As people redeem those, you will be added to this list as well. So currently there's 4 characters. There's up to 20. So do not feel bad if what's it called? Do not feel like you're taking anyone's characters. I pre-rolled these before the session started. See, Dia lashes the two together, taping the other against the floor to secure how secure it is. It's surprisingly secure for the most part. All right, Garth Covenwall. All right, let us add you in. Oh, one-shotty. Let's see. Let's roll what character you get. Say, have yourself a good night though, and take it easy. All right, you have rolled character 14. You have a sword and an unclean scroll. So that's actually kind of interesting. Let me make sure I copy everything down. So unclean scrolls in this game are magic. And then let me roll what power you have, because it's totally random. I hunger, friends. Yes, all of you are very, very hungry. All right, let me go to the magic page real quick, and we will get you set up with what unclean scroll you have. There's several options. Where the fuck is this? This book is very pretty, but sometimes I wish the organization was a bit easier to swallow. Okay, we got getting better. Here we go. Powers. All right, so roll you a d10. Magic. All right, so you have 4. The power of the Lucy Fire's levitation. You have the magical ability to hover. So you can cast that spell to cause someone to hover. Let me see. Hovering. All right. So let me see. And then interesting. Yeah, the magic in this game is very interesting. It's a bit different from your usual affair. All right, and then we'll go ahead and also too, just to make sure that you are properly on here. Add you to the character list. Cool, there we go, let's go. All right, so at this point, yes, a barbecue it shall be. If he has a fireplace. Oh no, this is the only fire I have. I just breathe into smoke and it keeps me sustained. The bone does not provide much sustenance, unfortunately. Also at this point when you are all talking to Caretaker, a new face appears. You recognize them as one of the members of the ship, seems to have kind of gotten over their lethargy and has joined you. You recognize Garth Covenwall, bringing your party of adventurers to 5. Yes. You also recognize Garth as like one of the few practitioners of magic who managed to survive the journey. Though whether they start out as that, it's hard to say. There were dedicated wizards, men of learning, who came with you on the journey, but unfortunately they did not make it very well. The constitution of a wizard is not one for long ship trips. No, Garth does not have food either, unfortunately. So far, the closest thing to food you've seen is the horrific crab baby or the eggs. So let's see now that Garth has joined you. Let's see. Not roll. I'm not rolling. Let's do a poll to see maybe what to do. Go back. Okay, we got what do. Oh, you snagged an egg. Oh, okay. So yes. So yeah, Talus, you do have an egg. Let me write that down so I do not forget. All right. Yeah, I have appropriately added egg to your inventory. So we'll say where go. Back to the building. Explore the docks some more. Some more. Or into town. All right. So I've created a new poll to see what you all might do today. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options here. Yes, I would consider cannibalism a mess. I think that's mess worthy. All right, so it looks like it's currently a even split between going back to the building or going into town. Purging things in flames, indeed. Well, the caretaker, what you said, be careful out there. It's dangerous with the sun gone. And then he wishes you all good luck on your journey as you head out. If your kind fell in that boat, yes, it was not a nice place. Unfortunately, wizards do not taste very good. All right, we have right in the nick of time. Go back to the building. All right, so you all head back to the building, filled with the horrific eggs. You managed to kind of sneak in there relatively. Let me actually roll something. Let me roll something. All right, let me check a little table. Don't mind me just checking a little table. Sure, there's nothing bad going on here. All right. So when you go back to the building, unfortunately, unlike last time, it is not quite empty. One shotty. Basically, you guys are basically refugees from another continent. The sun has gone out, and currently you're trying to explore this abandoned dock area to kind of figure out what's going on. So currently everyone's going back to a building that was filled with crab human mutant eggs. So when you go back to the building, it's no longer empty. There's creatures in there. Creatures you assume came from the docks. Let me see. I see. I will say, Jotun. I guess probably I should say now that if you're just going to do any actions, do it through the chat. Just so things don't get split up too much. But we'll go with that right now. This is a learning experience too. That's all good. It's all good. I did read your message. All right. So yes. Let me. So now that you're here, you can really truly see them. The horrific mutants. Earlier you saw what would appear to be a baby mutated with a crab. Now you've seen full-grown crab men. The shapes of a man just distorted as just errant crab flesh bursts through their bodies. Faces warped of claws and eyes and carapace. They're pouring buckets of just rotted fish paste into the bins to try to feed the eggs. And they all stare at you, ready for a fight. There's currently 3 crab men. Let me take you all to the right screen actually as well. Vrog, hello, welcome. We are playing Mork Borg. If you wish to join us, there is a redeem for that. Yes, it is time for combat, everyone. So This will be the first time we've done combat. So here are the crab enemies you're going to be fighting. Imagine they're a bit more actually like humanoid than this, but I had limited options when it comes to stuff. All right, so now we roll to see who goes first, crab people or all of you. Garth looks terrified. These are terrifying creatures. Yes, the Jotun, the Tefertalis, the egg is delicious. After eating nothing but man flesh and old rotting rations, it's a meal. It's a proper meal, and it's so good. All right, so we have rolled for initiative, and let me double check who goes first when I roll a 6. I believe the 6 is good for all of you. We'll find out. This is the first time I've ran the system. PCs go first. Oh, it's okay. This is new for me too, Varad. If you want to join at any time, go for it. If not, it's all good. All right. So everybody can make an attack, or do something else. Probably what I'm going to do to make this a little easier is a lot of ad-lib. Oh yeah, a lot of ad-libbing, of course. That's just the nature of running tabletop RPGs. Is a little bit of ad-libbing. All right, so what I'll do is we will go down in order and have everybody attack the crab people. Unless you guys say otherwise, I'm going to assume violets for the sake of just kind of keeping things going. So starting off, Ball McPokey. You do have a bow and arrow. All right, so let's see. Ball McPokey. Let's go ahead. You do a shoot, and you miss. And, god damn it. And your bow snaps, because I rolled a 1, and the system has crit fumbles. Oh, no, I want to go back to the old ambience. No, this is not the ambience I want. All right, here we go. There'll be no jaunty horns today. So your bow breaks as the string just snaps. Clearly, the boat journey was not kind to it. No, Poke. You attempt to pour poison onto one of the crabs. All right. We will see this. We'll make an attack roll. Oh, you crit. You crit. All right. So Theron just like grabs onto one of the crabs and begins to pour poison down its throat. And it needs to, let me see. And then what we do is we will deal an let's see. The crab is going to try to not die horribly. All right. So what happens is you just like use your femur bone just to hold the crab creature's mouth open as you pour poison into it, and its strange alien biology reacts very poorly to the poison, killing it instantly. Next was Talus, attacking with femur and missing. Raid kills bugs dead. It do. Diana attacks with staff and hits. Clubbing one of the crabs for some damage, but the crabs do have a tough shell, so let's see if anything happens. Unfortunately, you take your staff, Diana, and bonk the crab, but just the hardness of the shell resists that particular blow. And then Garth, swinging with your sword. Garth has a strength penalty, so we'll see if this works. However, Garth does hit. Did you shit together? Shakes Garth. Garth is doing fine. And Garth lands a solid blow. Garth does it. Yeah, Garth has a real weapon. They're made of crab. It's awful. It's awful. So in a frenzied panic, Garth manages just to drive. Let me move this down a little bit. Just manages to drive a blade through one of the crabs, dealing a sizable blow to it. The crabs, now it is their go to strike back. So Dusk, you had, let me see how many uses of poison you had. Let me see how uses of poison you had total. That's a random amount. 1. So unfortunately, Theron's poison is gone now. You're all out of poison. And now it is the crab's turn. They're angry. They want revenge. at the man creatures that decided to attack them. One of them is going to go for Garth. Garth has a bonus to agility, though, so you might be able to dodge your way out of this one. Oh, you do, actually. Garth, with a beautiful roll, not only manages to avoid the snip of the crab, the angle is just right for you to sneak another attack in. So let's see if this hits. Let's see if this hits, and it connects. It connects. Holy shit, Garth! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you strike at the crab, but unfortunately, your blade glances against its hard carapace. The other crab goes after Theron, after she poisoned one of its kin to death, and also attempts to snippety snip. Oh, but this time though, Theron is not so lucky, as the crab reaches over and begins to wail with vicious claws, dealing 3 points of damage, bringing Theron to 0. Wait, no, that's not a date. No, this is a counter. All right. So in this system, a D4 is not necessarily the end. We will now roll to see what happens to you. 1. You fall unconscious for 1d4 rounds. So you're not dead yet. You're not dead. This is actually the best result. So this could have been a lot worse. Plain Zenitsu from Demon Slayer. Kinda. All right, so luckily that could have been a lot worse, Theron, but all right, it is now back to all of yours goes. So Ball McPokey, you have no bow now, but however, you do have a crowbar. And here's the very fun thing. Jotun. Your character, very not great presence, very great strength. Firestarter. I know I've heard Firestarter by the Prodigy. I cannot sing it. All right, you managed to hit with the crowbar, dealing the. Let's see how well this blow is dealt to the crab. Unfortunately, the bonks they do nothing. Theron is unconscious for now. And then Talus, it is your turn to strike. And a miss, unfortunately. Diana. Oh, Diana actually has a +1. Unfortunately, another miss. Garth. Another miss. The crabs are going to continue their original assault. This one will be on Garth. Garth does have an agility bonus. And it misses. Oh, no, wait, actually, no, you have to roll to avoid dodge. Okay, so unfortunately, Garth, it does hit. Dealing. Does Garth have any armor? No armor. Oh, Garth, a solid 4 snip points. A solid blow. And then the next crab strikes now at Ball McPokey after getting drubbed. Luckily, Ball McPokey is decent. All right, Ball McPokey though, meanwhile, feels the rage, the deep crab rage, and as the crab goes for it, it exposes its soft underbelly. But the swing is not enough. It goes back to the top of the round though, and it is your turn, and you do hit. All right. Is it time? Is it time for a fatal blow? No damage. Theron. Eventually at some point, the rolls will probably be better for you guys. Maybe. All right, hits. We got a hit. This is another femur bone strike. 1d4 minus 1d12. Another completely neutralized hit. All right. Okay, so at this point, Talus no, sorry, at this point, Theron is awake with how much HP? How much HP? D4, 2 health. So you're back but groggy. It's not even the penalty. It's not even the penalties. That's the armor of the crabs. That's the armor of the crabs. And a hot end of staff. Yeah, you're that's what I imagine you're doing right now. It's actually probably all right. So let's see if Diana can hit. Let's see if Diana can hit. Let's see if Diana can hit. The character seems really battle crazy. It's just kind of how it goes for that. Yeah, to be fair, at least you had a backup weapon. Using your fist sucks. And then Garth misses as well. The crabs. A strike. Who did they strike? We'll go with Bald McPokey once more. But Bald McPokey manages to dodge out of the way as another crab decides to try to also come in. And then Bald McPokey dodges again, fending off 2 crabs with 1 crowbar. Just as they snip, as they reach and they clasp at you, you just beat them off with your crowbar. Such a mighty weapon. And then you attack crab. You crit! So I believe the crit is max double damage. So here we go. Let's roll for this. So this will be let's see. 1d4 times 2 minus 1d2. All right, that was very low rolls. However, you do manage to bonk this crab on the head, causing it great pain. And then next we go down. Now, Theron, you're up and at him. You are now among the living. Just slightly bleedier, but unfortunately, you're still a bit woozy from your hit. God, some of these rolls are fucking awful. Jesus Christ. Come on. We're back to Diana now. We're back to Diana. Hey, Diana got a lucky hit. And then, let's see, a D6 minus a D2. Hey, and then with that, finally, the 1 damage needed to slay one of the crabs. And now, the last one must make a morale check. And it fails. You have driven fear into the heart of the crab man. Garth will still take a swing before it tries to leave. But misses. And at this point, the crab flees for its life. What do? Do you decide to pursue crab, or do you wish to stay in here and just kind of like take it easy? No shit, not roll. God damn it. All right, well, I'll put a poll up to see what you all do. What do? Stay put or chase crab? Here we go. All right. Can you eat them? Last time, was it? Ball actually did eat one of the eggs, and it did work out. It was pretty tasty, actually. Maybe with fire, it would be even tastier. So I guess you do have the option just to directly set the eggs on fire. You could maybe take the eggs back to the ship for proper cooking. Or you could, yeah, so those are some options. It's all good, one-shotty. I will continue to pilot Garth. Do not worry. Also, if anyone just wants to make a character and I can pilot them too, don't worry. That's also totally an option as well. Can we eat them? The people, I mean. The crab people. Oh, yes, you can. Assuming Ball wishes to go for it. All right, so it looks like the crew stays put for now. Does Ball wish to eat? Do you wish to feast on the crab meat? The crabman meat? Does anyone have meds? Unfortunately, no. Medical supplies were long exhausted on your ship. Though luckily it seems like the crab injury is not fatal. But you still bear a deep kind of wound in your shoulder. But it does not seem to impede your actions at the moment. But yes, so the crab. I mean, this part of them is human, but a lot of them is crab, and crab is very tasty. You do have some pots nearby. And you do have water if you wish to eat the crabmen raw or boil them. It's hot over staff against anything she can, maximizing the number of fires. Pulls the crab with us. Where do we make the food? So right now, Diana begins just to press the flame of the sun, the candle of the sun's flame, to the walls of the building, and they start to smolder and spark. It seems that like whatever slime is being used to kind of feed the crabfish is just coating the area. You imagine like not everything in this place is going to catch fire, but this particular building is highly flammable. So to the point, once you begin to torch things, the whole place starts to go up rapidly. Ball, you're able to take the two crab corpses. You're able to take the two crab corpses as the whole place ignites. And if anyone wishes to grab any of the eggs, they can now. Oh, thank you, Ayosh. Let me stretch. All right. So yes. So all of you have by. All right, Talus, we are full of eggs. Full of eggs, and then Ball has 2 crabman bodies. And as the fire lights, there's a strange property to it. It's not just burning light; it's burning sunlight. Like the area around the burning building is straight up daytime, something you have not seen for what feels like months. This has been a slow burn of an apocalypse around you, but now there's the building burns. However, once you've done that, the flame has actually left your candle, but it now continues to burn in this location. For some reason, trying to poke it with the wick does not accept. It is content just to stay here and burn like the sun. So you are no longer bearing the flame right now. You do have a lot of rope. Yes. You guys have tons of rope. Okay, if you can attempt to set your your party collectively has a lot of rope and chains. So setting the bone on fire just kind of chars it. It does not change its properties in any way. However, actually, when you do interact with the flame with the bone, the flame does transfer to the bone for a second, but as the flame moves, what happens is that it feels like the flame is actually moving from the house fire to your bone, and then immediately leaps away back into the burning mass. It's almost as if the fire was alive, and it wants a suitable host for its flame. At this point, it is almost like it is haughty, like it has outgrown the candle, and is now just content to burn in there. Maybe if you give it something more interesting to set alight, it might change its mind. It has. It is a very hungry flame. It is a very hungry flame. Take a sip of Baja Blast to get the true dungeon experience. It does seem to need. You do also remember that the caretaker did mention the idea of sacrifices. Sit those crabs on top of it. Very good, very good. So yeah, that is an option. That is an option. Do you wish to throw one of the corpses onto the flame? How many eggs did you salvage? I can roll. I can roll. This is one of those games where rolling for eggs is going to be fun. You have 8 eggs. You have 8 eggs. All right. So yes, you have 2 bodies and 8 eggs. Yes. All right. So who? All right. So when you hold the crab egg to the fire, it accepts. The fire like moves from the warehouse into the egg, and you actually notice that like that warehouse fire goes out as it transfers fully into one of the eggs, as it just totally immolates it. You can, if you wish, you can maybe stick. However, it doesn't seem like the egg is like charring away. Like the egg is holding the fire, so you could maybe like stick something through the egg to maybe make some sort of like makeshift holder for it. If not, the fire, which is now burned out of the warehouse is reduced to ash. The egg just continues to burn. I wouldn't recommend holding it at this stage though, because it is on fire. You do have a screwdriver, so Theron from their toolbox pulls out a screwdriver and sticks it into the egg. So you now have a flaming screwdriver egg. That makes sense. And with that, you can wield it as a weapon if someone wishes to have the flame egg. The flame egg club is what I'm just going to call it. If it works, it works. It does. We'll go ahead and say Theron especially. You can have that. Ever-burning torch required. Exactly. Also, hi, Anobi. Hello. Welcome. We are playing Mork Borg today. If you wish to join, there's a redeem for that. If you feel like chilling, that's fine too. Currently, these chucklefucks have gotten a burning egg torch thing. So we'll say egg torch. I'll put that in your inventory. You can find more worthy things to find more things to burn, more worthy things to burn, especially. So there's currently, one of those crabmen are loose, so you don't know where it's gone. At this point, you have lost track of the crab. You could potentially go searching for it, or you can go deeper into town. There's quite a bit of the dock you have not explored. Give an egg to everyone. Help them get a crab baby torch. Unfortunately, though, not Jotun. Sorry, I have to use your character name, Talus. At this point now, the flame is content on the egg. You're going to need to get a more worthy sacrifice to move the flame. However, though, when you do touch the eggs to the flame, while the fire does not leap, it does cook the egg, creating a tastier treat. Make food. It's more or less the reason we're here. Yes. So Talus, you now have 6 regular eggs and then 1 cooked egg. Delicious cooked egg. All right. So if you munch on the cooked egg, it's even better. You've not had like a cooked, like this is like some kind of like rare combo. It's almost like eating a chicken egg and like salmon roe at the same time. Like imagine salmon roe the size of a regular egg, but with like more substance to it. Like it's more viscous, but you've cooked it now and it is delicious. It's delicious. So yes, you can cook as many eggs as you wish with your ever burning torch. And if you do cook you could also attempt to cook the crabman. Yes. Oh, yes. Does Theron wish to cook the crab with the flame? All right. So now you have converted 6 eggs to 6 cooked eggs. Okay, that's true. That is a good point. It might leap onto the crab's body, and right now this seems like a good host for it. All right, so So at this point, you're gonna not cook the crabmen, but you do have cooked eggs, which eating them is delicious. Like I will say, for every 2 eggs consumed, you can heal 1 hit point. Some of you do have damage, so you could effectively remove up to 3 points of damage if you eat all the eggs. You have to eat all the eggs. You have to eat all the eggs. I couldn't help myself. Do you wish to distribute the eggs? Those delicious cooked eggs. All right. So with 2 eggs consumed, Theron is now 1 hit point higher. The other person, Diana, could also use 2 eggs. You could just butcher the crabs. Yes, you could butcher the crabs. You don't. I guess Garth does have a cutting instrument. I imagine the crabs, in order to make the crabs a good meal, it's going to take a lot more effort than cooking the eggs. The sword is your only cutting instrument. Yeah, so I guess probably what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and remove all the eggs, and I'll begin just to healing people one by one. So Garth is going to have a bit more health. Oh my god. I wish this did not default to a date, and now Diana is also at full health. Very good, very good. So I guess I'll put this to another poll now. What do spend time cooking, explore docks, or go to town? You guys currently don't have bowls, actually. You don't have bowls. No cooking instruments at all. Or implements, I guess. Alright, we got 1 vote for going to town. Oh, we got some more okay, so disregard cooking. Looks like either explore the docks or go to town. And also too, even if you are not an active player, feel free to vote anyway. Oh, sorry. There's not bowls. There was these like big barrels. They're like they're barrels or like big pots. Yeah, you guys do need to secure areas for like for the crew to kind of advance on. There's still crew left. There's still crew left. The crew is not totally gone. The crew is other potential PCs, though, who might join anytime. Yeah. There's still exactly 15 others plus the captain left. All right, and with that, it looks like everyone wishes to go to town. All right. Let me go ahead and Sinova. We are marking the board. Currently, party killed crab people. And are now have a torch made of burning sun's flame as they are exploring the spooky docks in the post-apocalypse where the sun has gone out. If you would like to join, feel free. There's a redeem for that, just to get your character on there, and you can get some cool stuff for like items and stuff right now. If you just feel like vibing and watching, that's also an option too. So let me take a quick stretch. Also, I'm gonna change this to some comfier pants real quick. Hold on. This is gonna take like a brief second. I was gonna try the heat. It's burning up in here for some reason. It was like winter earlier today, and now it is burning hot. I don't know what. All right, I'm back. All right. I have turned off my heat. Comfy pants acquired. I'm sure my house is very finicky with heat, so I'm sure I'll have to get up and turn on the heat again. Alright, so you all head into town. Let me describe the sights of town right now. Also, I realize I don't have to shift the little player icon because, like, I'm running everything myself, so this is cool. Alright, so town. So you shift your way from... Also, check out this sweet Adobe stock footage. There's a lot of stock footage used in this, which is fine, but yes... More crabs, is it just better to make food out of them for the rest of the crew? You could go looking for more crabs later, but right now it seems like the party has decided to go into town. Mork Borg Adobe. I know it's Adobe, but saying the word Adobe is very funny to me for some reason. So y'all head towards town, and the town is... Oh, alright, the misfortune level has increased. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. This is cool. So when the misfortune goes up, bad things will happen to the party later. This is fine. I'm sure there's no consequences for raising a misfortune. Alright, so you go towards the ruined marketplace, and at one point... you go towards a ruined town, and at one point this must have been a real bustling port city, but you don't know how long ago that was. What's left, though, is just bleak and lifeless. That helps how... Oh, it doesn't. It's all bad for you guys. It's all bad. Misfortune is nothing but bad. The misfortune is there for if you don't want to be a player character, but you want to fuck over the other player characters. Or apparently you're especially masochistic. When you enter the markets, though, there's something really strange about them. The marketplace, of course, it looks like it has been ruined and ramshackled, but you actually see skeletons of people just lying in piles. But interspersed between ruined booths is a faint, kind of ghostly outline of what might have been. You see almost like spectral stalls and ghostly cats wandering about, and in particular a translucent blue man walks up and down and seems to greet emptiness as if it were a bustling city. The spectral man nods and tries to buy fish, strikes up a happy conversation with a pile of bones, and looks to all of you and waves. Oh, hi there, visitors. How's it going? Welcome to the markets. My name's Dave. Well, Dave's my nickname. Most people call me Dave. My actual name's David. How's it going? As the apparition moves towards all of you. It doesn't seem to be malevolent. At least not now. You are seeing ghosts. Are you say hello? See? Oh, the market's doing great. I just talked to one of the local fishermen today. I got me a good old deal on a big old bucket of fish. My wife's gonna be so happy. We're gonna eat well tonight. As the ghost gestures to a sack that does not exist in any form, spirit, spectral, or otherwise. You know, just seeing, it's always nice seeing like the tailors kind of show their wares, and it's just another busy day at the market. You know how it is. So tell me, it's been a while since I seen some strangers around here. What y'all looking for? I can tell you where all the good shops are at. The ghost looks expectant. Oh, you're looking for food. Let me take you to the fish stall I was just at. It's the best. It's the best. They said the cheapest you're going to get in all the docks. All right, come on over here. And the apparition leads you to a pile of rubble. At one point, there must have been wood here, but has since rotted away. But there's just the faint outline of almost like the ghostly imprint of a stall. And in the flickering ectoplasm, you see shapes of fish. You can put your hand through, Dave, if you wish. So Dave is like, Oh, hey, come on over here. Come on, meet all my friends. Trust me, Mr. Fishmonger, man. I'm sure you're going to give them a good deal, right? Yeah? Listen, I know they look a little rough around the edges, but I'm sure they're good folk. As Dave talks to nothing. Oh. Well, what schemes do PCs scheme of? Touch him with the egg. Ooh, that's an option. That's an option. Ooh, do you wish to poke him with the egg? So Theron waves the flame into Dave. And then when the flame touches, hello Ficklefibble, hello. Now, unfortunately, it's too late to seduce Dave. Also, if you would like to join, there is a redeem for that. If you'd like to join the party. So when you touch the flame to Dave, Dave shrieks and lets out a ghastly wail. The flickering images of the ectoplasmic marketplace change into a horrific scene of creatures, monsters of the night, taking over and slaughtering everyone. Dave's face contorts and twists and shifts shape as the illusion that he kept himself held together and fades. And thus Dave looks more like this now. Let me drag on here. You have to lurk painting Death Guard. That's okay. You can still have your name on as an adventurer, and I can pilot you too. It's all good. It's up to you though. Dave now fully looks like he truly is a ghostly apparition, a horrific monster. As Dave just begins to scream and shriek, monsters, burn it down. And then as Dave flickers and twists, the skeletons from the pile also rise up. 2 of them right now. And it's combat time. All right, Fickle has joined. All right, let me get Fickle into the list. So right as Dave is losing his shit, one of the friend from the crew decides to join. I keep rolling 13s. All right, 12 is open. 12 is off of Melf by Fickle, and we'll see what character you are going to bring to the table. Let me see. So, Fickle, your character Melf has the following items: a short sword, medium armor, poison, and a crowbar. Very good, very good. And let me add you to the party image, because I think that's the fun part. Melf. Perfect. All right. Export, quick export as PNG, hit OK. All right, so I believe Theron was the, all right, so currently what's going on here is, first of all, I need to look at a specific monster entry. So as the creature that Dave is called a wraith. And the Wraith automatically goes first and attacks Theron, the one who struck it with the flame of the sun. I will do a quick let's see. I'll do a quick rolly, because you did a little poke. Did a little poke. So it took a little bit for that. You did try to set Dave on fire. I mean, Dave's not thrilled about that. All right, so I believe you're going to have to roll high on this one, because Dave is very agile as a creature of the spirit. You do not dodge, and unfortunately Dave will do some damage to you. 2 points of damage thereon. And not only that, the Dave's touch is cold. It's the coldest thing you've ever felt in your life. You feel your essence begin to drain out as your strength, presence, and agility are lowered by 1. The touch, the fell touch of Dave. All right. X, the poor man's good berry. Pretty much, yeah. All right, so now it is time to roll a d6 to see what's going on with the skeletons. Oh, but also, fun fact. So this is where I explain misfortune. As the misfortune gauge rises, enemies will gain new abilities, including Dave. And one of Dave's abilities is let's roll a party member real quick. 5, Diana. You now need to make a presence check. Dave has unlocked gun. So Diana's presence is a 0. Luckily, you managed to make it. So Diana, you feel into your mind that like Dave is trying to possess your body, but your mental resilience is just too strong for Dave. Also, I'm noticing these little bits are a little async. There we go. Still a little bit. Probably there we go. That's fine. So luckily you're able to resist for now, but you have a feeling Dave is going to keep trying to enter your brain. However, it is the parties go first. The party does go before the skeletals. All right, so at this point, I'm gonna add a poll to see who let's see, focus on Dave or skeletons. And once this is chosen, this will kind of determine how you all will act in combat, like who you're going to prioritize doing damage. How long is the chain? You have 15 feet of chain and 2 30-foot things of rope on you. And probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep switching back and forth on who is being targeted. So we are 50-50 on targeting Dave or the skeletons. You don't know that for sure? You don't know. There we go. Remember, yeah. Diana knows fear is the mind killer, obviously. Somebody just chain around and to hit Dave without getting too close. You do have so the chain is not going to be strong enough to use as a weapon, unfortunately. It's good for more of like binding things together. Also, has the music stopped? Oh, it has stopped. There we go. We can go and pull it back to the beginning too, so it doesn't quit halfway through. All right. It looks like everyone clearly together has decided to defeat Dave. So one by one, Ball McPokey striking Dave with your crowbar. You hit. Let me see if Dave has any special armor. I don't think so. Dave has no armor. However, Dave is also very fast. It's very quick and agile. So hitting Dave is actually going to be extremely tricky. You do 1 damage as you somehow you're able to corporeally bonk Dave. A solid bonk. And now, Theron, you have the egg torch. Yes, of course. The torch is a good idea. However, ooh, you miss. Oh, you rolled a 1. So what happens is you take the screwdriver with the egg torch and you're ready to strike it, and you like pull it back, and the egg pops off and begins to roll away from the combat. So someone will have to go retrieve the egg if you guys wish to get it back for this fight. It's almost like it was a makeshift weapon crudely put together. So Talus, Melf, Diana, and Garf have the option to try to get. Diana goes after the egg. Sounds good. So what we're gonna do? Talus will strike. Talus will attempt to strike. DeVito chases egg. Oh, Talus actually hits. Talus actually hits. Femurs are doing work. Femurs are doing some work. And then, Diana, you spend your turn chasing after the egg. And the egg is big enough that you can impale it with your staff if you want to just put it on something else. Does that sound good? And then Melf is going to attempt to short sword stab it. All right, so you now have so the egg torch is no more, and we now have the egg flame staff. Actually, Fickle, Melf has got some good shit. Melf has like cool armor and stuff. Fire Staff 2.0, baby. Hell yeah. All right, so actually, Melf is a competent warrior, which is surprising. And hits. Wow. Hits with a short sword even. Whoa. You guys are actually doing really good. You guys are doing really good right now. Melf has a pretty good acid arrow here. And then Garth will make a strike as well. Garth also fucking hits. All right. Let's see how this goes. All right, Davis getting fucked on. And now it's the skeleton's turn. Who would they go for? I would say, I think at this point it looks like they'll probably roll randomly. They'll roll randomly because they're mindless creatures. So we'll go 3. 1, 2, 3. So they both will decide to attack Talus. Talus is the target. You're correct. That was not even like that was entirely predicted by RNG, but it looks like you've drawn the anger of the skeletons. Dinosaur, how's it going? I do look fancy. Hell yeah, let's go. How's it going? 14 months, holy shit. Tonight, Dinosaur, we're playing Mork Borg. If you would like to join, there's a redeem for that. So both the skeletons hit Talus, and they attack with just kind of rusted farm implements. So just like, you napped and set a piano on fire today. It's been a good one. How does that work? All right. So both of them strike you with just like rusty gear and do a total of 3 damage to Talus, putting Talus at 0. Now we have to see what is Talus's fate. 1. Talus also lucks out. Talus is unconscious for 3 rounds. However, you guys are going to have to deal with the skeletons, or else they're just going to keep trying to call out Talus, for they are mindless and just seek death. Bert McGurk. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go, Dinosaur. All right, let me add you to the list of characters. And when all hope seems lost as Talus goes down, from the ship rushes out Bert McGurk. Yeah, fucking home movies, let's go. All right. Bert, you have a knife, light armor, metal file lockpicks, and an elixir of life. Ooh, very good timing on that. Dino. So, let's see. Let me put your full name on here. The Dino Sawyer. And we'll add you to the list. Oh, Ayanami's also in here too, Brendan. Oh, is this gonna be like a fucking home movies reunion party? Because I'm down for that. Hey, Brendan. I can't. Sorry, I can't do a home movies impression to save my life. But we'll go with that. All right, we got Bert McGurk, and then oh my god, like Bert McGurk, and then we'll go ahead and get Brendan from Ayanami, who also joins in the fray. Sweet fuck, we need reinforcements. You do. Nope. Stop. Oh my god, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then we got Brendan, which will be Ayanami. All right, so Ayanami, you currently have these abilities. Let me write down. So now we have a the full squad once more. Export, quick export as a PNG. Good. And then we'll also go ahead and put another. Let me get some stuff going on. I'll go ahead and just scoot myself over here. I'll be hiding. I'll be hiding right here. So put these here. So if people for the next batch who wishes to join, put the chat up here. Perfect. Flawless victory. All right, Ayanami, here's what Brendan has. Brendan has a sword, light armor, 4 torches, and 25 silver worth of perfume. You know, as one does. All right, Dave the Wraith decides to attack. Let's go. All right. Dave the Wraith does see Diana with the flame now, and decides to attack in order to potentially stop another burn with the sun's light. So what happens is Diana's going to attempt to dodge and does not dodge. And then what's going to happen is Dave is going to do 1 damage to Diana. Only one. However, all of Diana's stats are now drained by 1. As it goes. All right, so Bert, McGurk, and Brendan have come from the ship together, ready to provide as much aid as possible. And the swinging begins. So I also need to state who the actually at this point as well too. I should also say more skeletons have arrived. As more and more of the marketplace begins to reanimate. You have a feeling it won't stop until Dave is dealt with. However, up the misfortune. The misfortune only goes up if people redeem it. All right. Bert McGurk would like to give Talis that elixir. Very good. I will do that on your turn. But in the meantime, poll targets. Dave or the skeletons? Oh, the misfortune. Oh, Fickle, yes. Oh, the misfortune gauge goes up by 3. Very good. Fuck you, Fickle. All right. Not only has Dave struck, now that the misfortune gauge has gone up so much, 2 people are going to be attempt to be possessed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. All right, let us. While the target looks like Dave is still the primary target, we will see who gets targeted by Dave's possession now. Oops, I typed poll into Roll20 because I'm a fool. All right, 3 and 1. So Bert and Ball are currently potential targets. So Bert. Unfortunately, Bert has a presence penalty, but makes it. And then, let's see, that was 1 and 3, and then Ball. Does Ball get possessed? Probably should have asked, is there a way to reduce misfortune? No, there's not. There is no way to reduce misfortune. However, Ball's eyes go wide, and the ghostly blue light. Huh, neat. Yeah, that's a way to say it. A ghostly blue light overtakes Ball. All right, so it looks like Bert is going to administer first aid via the elixir to Theron. Which we'll go ahead and see how many doses you got. 4 doses. Let's go. Hell yeah. Best result, best result. And so Theron is going to be healed by 1. Theron is at 3 health, which is good, 3 out of 4, not bad. All right. So now Brendan's go. Brendan is going to attempt to strike Dave with a sword. And crits? Oh, Jesus. All right, so 1d6 times 2. 4 damage. Kyo, hello. Welcome. So Brendan. Brendan, the true hero, has recovered from Inui, from the lethargy of being on the ship, has rushed out to aid their buddies, and slays Dave with one beautiful swing of the sword, killing Dave. Dave's body vanishes into a screaming blast of ether, leaving behind Dave's knife, which still remains. Not a physical knife, mind you, a glowing spectral knife, which I will write down to see if someone wants to get that later. After that, however, it is Ball's turn. And Ball is still feeling the rage. The possession of Dave is still taking over their mind, at least for one round. And there's only one thought: revenge. And then Brendan, oh Brendan, who dealt the final blow, is targeted. But luckily, thank goodness, Brendan, the hero we all deserve, manages to duck out of the way as a crowbar goes for their face. And then suddenly Ball comes back to their senses. Theron, now it is time to strike at the skeletons, who are currently looking to attack Talus and to finish them off. Hey, Brendan, good hit. I can't do a Coach McGurk. I really can't. I wish I could. I wish my ability to quote home movies was better. All right, let's go. So we have so this is a -2 to hit because you're currently suffering from lowered stats. No. Talus is unconscious still. The skeletons are going to attempt to keep going for Talus until you can slay them all. They are single-minded. They are single-minded foes. Melf is going to strike. Melf also has a penalty. No, Melf does not. Melf does not have a penalty. All right. Let me see. Strength. Does Melf hit? Melf does hit. And you do have a short sword. 3 damage to one of the skeletons. Very good. Ah, here we go. Fucking one up immensely. And then Diana can strike the other skeleton with the flame staff. But Diana is currently suffering a stat penalty. So this will be just a d20 to attempt to hit. Crits, actually. And with that, so that'd be 1d6 times 2. My head feels so off. Ooh, and immediately incinerates this skeleton. Just straight up burns it. Garth must swing. Let's see if Garth can hit with the sword, and it cannot hit. So actually, so what are this is the original skeleton. Let me reorder these. So we'll say the skeletons that are going after Talus. One is still going it because you weren't able to slay enough. The other 2 will attack random targets. So let's see what happens. All right. It is time to see if Talus lives. Does Talus manage to dodge the skeleton? All right. The skeleton begins to dive at Talus, claws bared. With one, Talus, as if for a brief moment, is able to regain just enough consciousness to shift over to avoid the blow. And the other skeletons are now going to begin to attack a random target. We got a D8 to figure the focus of their fury. 8. Garth. Both of them are going to swing at Garth. Can Garth dodge? Yes and no. So one of the skeletons does manage to connect with Garth. And sends Garth to 0 hit points. And now we roll to see what Garth's fate is. Good fucking incineration. Hell yeah, let's go. You guys are doing pretty good. So, oh no. So, when you hit 0 hit points, you roll on the broken table. There's 4 results. And on a roll of a 4 is death. We could, okay, is a reroll on the death table. All right, let's see what the result is. 1. So a 1 on the table would be unconsciousness. However, remember the misfortune gauge is at 4. I'm going to force a reroll now. Oh. Do you think Garth will be lucky again? And I roll a 4. And Dusk. Everyone's pulling out points from my dude Garth. All right. We got a 2. A 2 is a broken body part. Let me also make a reroll counter. Let's make a reroll counter too. Hold on. Reroll. Reroll. All right. So a 2 will cause Garth to live with some penalty. All right. Now we reroll on what part Garth's body has been affected by this. 4. Broken or severed limb sounds legit. So let's do some fun rolls. We have arm, left arm, right leg, right leg, and then 1d2. On a 1 it's broken, on a 2 it's severed. 2. All right. Okay, here we go. So, the skeleton pulls at Garth, managing to barely hold on. I could reroll, but I think I'm going to save my misfortune for where it's going to be more valuable at this point. So what happens is Garth's leg manages to get ripped straight off by the skeleton, and Garth is bleeding. Yes, I do. Misfortune does give me new powers, but it also... So once I hit certain misfortune thresholds, enemies will change, but I could also spend it to get my own rerolls. Yeah. Everyone's been like, Hal, why don't you get an ability that makes all the PCs roll shitty? I did it for this game. Oh, it does both. It's jack difficulty and more fun. So Garth is out cold right now with a missing leg. You're going to have to find some way to treat Garth soon. But Garth is not dead, which is all that matters. And now it is time. It is back to combat, starting with Bert McGurk. Let us begin the fighting. Let us begin the fighting. All right, hits. You could attempt to cauterize the wound. All right, three damage to skeletal over here. Brendan, the true hero we all both need, and feed him the egg. You guys are out of eggs. You guys have eaten all the eggs. You have eaten all the eggs. All right, Brendan does hit though. Brendan does hit. And manages to strike the skeleton down with a mighty cleave of Brendan's sword. Holy shit, Ayanami, what a champ. What a fucking champ. Alright, Ball McPokey. Someone does have life elixirs. Oh yeah, Bert does. Bert does have life elixirs. Sorry, I got a little, you guys got a little bloodthirsty. Those might be. Which is fine. Ball McPokey is going to strike. And misses. Atherion is going to strike. And misses. No, Therion hits. Therion hits. So you begin to club a skeleton with a femur, which is the funniest shit. 4 damage. Fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, Elixir Garth next round. Alright, I need to mark Garth just so I know for initiative reasons. Garth is not doing so hot. So, Talus is here. Talus is going to attempt to strike. Misses. Melf is also a pretty good fighter. Misses. So Furo, Diana does have the flame. Do you wish to attempt to cauterize the wound? Or do you wish to use your flame to attack the skeletons? It's up to you. What do? And then I'm going to, while you consider, I'm going to turn on my heat. God damn it, now it's cold! My house has 2 modes! You're yes, then you're no. You're hot, then you're cold. Oh, we're gonna roll. We're gonna roll for it. Okay. All right. I can let RNG take the wheel. I can let RNG take the wheel. 1d2. 2 cauterizes. All right. So in a moment of panic, Diana decides to take her egg flame staff and cauterize the wound. And then let me roll a die. Let me roll a 10-sided die. Actually, Fickle Garth does have a toughness score. What's Garth's toughness? 0. All right. Garth rolled a successful toughness. So currently, Garth, Diana takes the staff and cauterizes Garth's wound. Garth manages to, his full body tenses and holds up. No, it's fine. You're doing the right one. You're doing the right one. Don't worry. There's a lot of characters here. Takes the staff, cauterizes the wound, and Garth is no longer at risk of bleeding to death. Garth is still missing a leg, though, but I mean, that's just how it goes on this bitch of an earth. And now it's Skeletals go. It's Skeletals. Who are the skeletons going to strike now that Garth is seemingly out for the count? 3. 1, 2, 3. Ball McPokey. Both the skeletons are going to strike. And both hit. Together doing 3 damage. However, Ball McPokey is relatively sturdy. And takes the scratches of the skeleton like a champ. All right. So Bert, do you wish to give your one of your doses of the elixir of life to Garth? Garth will heal. This will leave you with 2 doses left. Garth heals 2 hit points. I need to write the number of doses. Garth's leg nearby. It is! The Garth's leg is nearby, yes. It's held in the grip of one of the skeletons. Like, this skeleton is still holding on to Garth's leg. Like it's just like a big chew toy. All right, Brendan. You're gonna eat the leg. You're gonna eat the leg. All right, let's wait. Let's wait the further initiative, and then we'll come to the ramifications of what eating leg will do. All right. Brendan's going to strike and miss. Ball McPokey is going to strike. Excuse the fuck. Oh, Ball McPokey hits. I beg your goddamn pardon. This is par for the course. A solid 2 damage to the skeleton with Ball McPokey's crowbar. Theron is going to strike with the femur as well. With a -2 penalty. And misses. Crowbar, not even fuck. Alright, so Jotun, you begin to eat the leg. That's it. That's all the effects. You eat the leg. Alright. Melf. I don't know what you expected. The leg is fine. The leg is okay. You've been eating people for so long that you're just numb and you just see that like steak flopped onto the ground. Melf is going to strike because someone needs to. Melf hits. 1d6. And then Melf finishes off the skeleton. How does it taste? Bad. Real bad. Now that you have tasted real food, human flesh doesn't quite do it for you anymore. It's not the same. It's really not the same. And then Diana misses. So, the skeleton is going to continue to strike at Theron now, because its target is still alive. But Theron manages to dodge. And at this point, since it's a single skeleton, the rest of you will beat the skeleton to death, just to kind of speed things along. All right. Now to comprehendo. Actually, I could also just like move myself to the corner. I did want to cover the dice, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. I should. The streamer should be able to stream a little bit. All right. So to reiterate, you guys have so the skeletons crumble back into piles of just like broken bones. Dave has been exorcised. There's nothing left of Dave but his spectral knife. Yes, the Garth's leg has been eaten. Garth is not dead, but is now missing a right leg. Let me see. Who wishes to pick up the knife? Who wishes to pick up the knife? Or attempt to pick up the knife anyway. See what you can do. I certainly am now bloody not. If not, I could just roll randomly. Set upon the flame. Yes, the flame has done you well. The flame had let me see. Tenderly walks over and looks at the knife. The knife does look very cool. So at this point, I think to speed along, Bert kind of looks over the knife, like, oh, that's pretty neat, and then picks up the knife. It somehow Bert can just pick up the knife, like it's and just flicks it around in his hand, and it feels good. It feels legit. It's a good knife. It's a good knife. And somehow you're able to grip onto it, but as you can just kind of poke it around, you notice it tends to go through things. It just tends to go through things. It's almost like maybe this knife can like get around some types of armor or something like that, maybe. So currently you have a predicament. Garth is stable, but is missing a leg. Yes, now that you have come to your senses. Everyone has kind of regained something. Garth is up, but now moving Garth is going to be very tricky now that Garth has a single leg. You're going to have to find some way to either like cart him around, or the skeletons would make poor crutches. However, there is wood around here, And Theron does have a toolkit. You wish to carry Garth, Jotun? Talus can carry Garth. Talus can carry Garth. It will make some things a little trickier. It will make some things a little trickier. But it's totally doable. It's totally doable. Oh, also, I forgot Talus also. I think Talus shouldn't have been able to attack during a couple of those rounds, but Talus is back with 2 hit points. Two-man carry, you got the other one. All right. Ooh, nobody. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, Bob. Let's roll an yield chart to see what Bob has got going on. 1d27. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bob. All right. Let me see. Let's see. Get your name written down. So nobody. So after this combat, from the ship also comes Bob. You know your friend Bob. Bob has a unclean scroll and a sacred scroll. Bob is the last of the wizards, the few that managed to survive the cannibalism on board the ship. Let me go ahead and put Bob's name on the list of PCs. And then also, we're going to roll to see what scrolls you have. Quick export the PNG. Was that a Kablam reference? God, if did someone just make a Kablam reference? Oh God, Prometheus Bob. God damn it! Ah! Oh my God. For some reason, I can only think of Action League Now when it comes to Kablam. I fucking love Action League Now. Nobody to catch you up. You guys are in an abandoned town. The sun has gone out. You're the last survivors as far as you know, and you're trying to secure this location for the rest of the crew on your ship. So real quick, we're going to roll to see what scrolls you have. So scrolls are how you do magic in this game. And all right, so you're going to have both a holy, an unholy, and a sacred scroll. So we got 7 and 8. So your holy scroll, so 7 is Metzelhodl blind your eye, so you can make yourself invisible to a creature. And then the sacred scroll. So basically, you roll whenever you want to use a power, you just roll a die, and you see if you can do it. And then your other spell is you have False Dawn. You can light an area up for 3d10 minutes. Ooh, very nice. So yes, so Bob the Wizard comes to join the crew. The beast within that damn egg is trying to take over. It might be. Who knows? All right, so now to figure out what the crew wishes to do. Also, now that you got a good look around town, you can kind of see other areas you can go to. But can he fix it? No, everything's fucked. Everything's too fucked to fix. Thank you for the 100 stretch. It's incubating. Yeah, the flame is intoxicating. It's the longer you hold it, the more at peace you are. So, in the town, there's a bunch of housing and shops you can look into. There is a large manor surrounded by a gate, like a huge walled-off gate, dead center in the town. And then what else is there in town? There's also the docks. You could also you could also make an attempt to try to build a set of crutches for Garth. I'm actually probably assume so if you want to build the crutches, we could make a presence roll for that. The flame must have some checkpoints for it. The flame. You do notice that the flame has been pretty comfortable on the egg so far, on the egg staff. All right, so let me roll on the. So together, you're able to put together some crude crutches, which allows Garth to move. But Garth is now very easy for enemies to hit, just by nature of losing a leg. So I'm gonna put up a poll now on sort of where to go. Where to go? Manor, houses and shops. Back to the docks. Here we go. Garth is woozily like holding on to the crutches, just kind of just like stumbling and fumbling about. If Talus does wish to keep carrying Garth, that's also an option. That's also totally an option. Let me clear some stats real quick. All right, so we got. It looks like houses and shops is sort of the big one right now. Ooh, okay, pretty decent spread. Pretty decent spread options though. Wood. There is plenty of wood here, but the wood is of very poor quality just because it's been not maintained well. Yes. All right, unless there's a sudden shift, the houses and the shops. So you begin to explore the town now, and you have a feeling at one point, wherever this place was, must have been truly an amazing sight. Like, compared to the little hamlets and villages you grew up in, this is a bustling port city. The technology as well must have been a bit better too, because you can see the remains of like crude street lamps and cobbled roads. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yes, but now it's completely devoid of life. As you go about, you could one building in particular sticks out in your mind as you're walking through. A shop that seems to be in relatively good repair. Like, it's kept up, it's maintained. But all over the sides of the shop are just disgusting, rotting corpses of beasts. It's just nailed to the sides. You could also explore the other locations to see if maybe there's some items you can scavenge. Yes, people did live here once, and no more. So let me delete these fine fellows. They are no longer needed. Oh, I should also scoot this down a bit so the misfortune gauge shows a bit better. Whoops, that was my bad. All right, so anyone who wishes to scrounge can. So I guess we could put up another poll now just to kind of prioritize what everyone's doing. Poll. What do scrounge or enter the shop? Here we go. What are you talking about? Femurs are totally fine. Femurs are cool. Do you need anything other than a big old fucking bone? All right. It looks like scrounging is by far and away the most popular. Well, there's plenty of time. Yeah, a lot of you are just equipped with basic ass femurs. The true unga bunga, yeah. All right. They say, what's something better than the femur, but the shop may have something. It's true. Shops do tend to have things. So then what we'll do, it looks like Scrounge is going to win. So I'm going to begin rolling for everybody just to kind of see what y'all might find. So it's, first let me go to the yield equipment table in the book. So just so I have a fine list of items to kind of use as a reference. Luckily, like most people, I have a good old set of magic cards I could use for stuff. So let us begin. Starting with Bert. Everyone is going to be looking right now. Everyone's going to be looking. Bert gets an 8. Bert finds nothing. Brendan finds something. So I'll mark everybody who has the potential to find something. Ball McPokey. So everyone seems to be scrounging about, except maybe Garth. 12 something. Theron. Something really good. Talus. Something. You guys actually rolled really well on the scrounging. It's going pretty good. Melf. Bad. Something bad happens to Melf. Diana. Use the reroll for Melf. You got it. All right, we will reroll for Melf. Changes that to something good. Very nice. All right, but with that though, your rerolls are now spent. Diana. Bad. Garth is not looking, and then Bob. Catastrophic. Oh, so we're gonna reroll that then. It looks like. Good. Here we go. All right. So we'll go ahead and roll for everyone's good stuff right now. So Theron, you find something of particular use. Let me see. Let me roll to see what you're gonna get. 1d2, a weapon, and let's see, roll a d10. 9. You find a crossbow with 10 bolts. Bob wasn't necessarily going to die, but something bad was going to happen. All right, so you have a crossbow, 10 bolts. And then the others find good things, but nothing quite to that level. Let me see what kinds of stuff you guys might get. See. Five. You guys find caltrops, chalk, and a darkwood crucifix. Oh, you have one more. And besides the crucifix, oh, you guys are gonna like this, dried food. It's gonna be caltrops, chalk, darkwood crucifix, and dried food. There we go. And we'll go ahead and remove the colors from everyone so I can now identify. Reset. All right. So Diana, what's going to happen? Roll a agility test, and I wonder why I'm rolling an agility test. Okay. Diana, as you're just looting around, just looking through barrels and items of all sorts, you hear a faint chuckle, a little tee-hee, kind of gross and disgusting from the rooftops, and before you can really look around, a goblin shoots a dart at you from the rooftops. Those of you who looked at the shop recognize some of the corpses must have belonged to one of these creatures. And you take 1 point of damage. The grossest fucking tee-hee. It is a very gross tee-hee. So luckily you take 1 point of damage. I wonder if I can find a picture of a Mork Borg goblin. Because they're fucking disgusting looking in the best way. Oh, yes they do. There is a picture of this goblin, which I'm going to use. So Unfortunately, this is something you've learned about recently, is that goblins in Mork Borg are different from goblins in other settings. Goblins aren't born in Mork Borg, they're made. When you're strucken with the weapon of a goblin and you're not able to kill it, the goblin curse infects your body. Yeah, check out this fucking Mork Borg goblin. Isn't that thing fucking hideous? Don't you fucking love that? When you're stricken with the goblin's curse, you're going to slowly turn into one unless you can kill the goblin. Yeah, like goblin sharks. Luckily, I'm not... I think it's a remnant of a dong. Yeah, this is probably fine. I'm sure it's just darkness. It's fine. This is probably TOS. How quick is the infection? It does take some time. Like in the matter of days. But however, by the time you're able to look back, the goblin has disappeared. You'll have to chase the goblin if you wish to eventually not turn into a goblin yourself. So yes, so so you have a crossbow, caltrops, chalk, darkwood crucifix, dried food, and a goblin curse. Gotta get going. Don't worry. I will continue to. You will continue. Bert McGurk will continue to do wonderful things. Yes, the goblinism begins to take hold. All right. So do you all wish to chase the goblin? This might take time. This might expose you to further goblin attacks. You don't even necessarily know where they are. Or do you just wish to take your chances and then go into the shop? Or maybe just go to the manor? Well, we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and put that to a poll. We'll put that to a poll. What do? Chase goblins. Go to shop. And then maybe go to manor. Here we go. All right, the poll is up. Yeah, let's go. It's okay. I'll take good care of Bert. I'll take good care of Bert. Delicious. I've run out of gamer caffeine. I have to drink water. The hardcore parkour. That is going to be the tricky thing, is you guys are going to have to go. Like, last place you guys saw it was on the rooftops. And I will say getting up onto the rooftops is going to be difficult. So the only people who are going to go up are the ones who are going to say they're going up. So it looks like right now, Theron and Garth are just going to be out of commission for this, because it looks like they're going to be guarding from the bottom. So we'll go ahead and I'll mark that with a label right now. All right, so it looks like overall chase the goblins. If you wish to chase after the goblins, say aye. Oh, it looks like all right, it looks like Talus's and Theron. All right, so looks like Bob and Diana. Makes sense that Bob and Diana are wanting to do this. All right, Bob, Diana, and Brendan. Let's go. All right, well that'll be away team. Here we go. Let me mark as such. This is an experiment on splitting the party in a system like this. We'll see how this goes. All right. All right. So currently, looks like Brendan, Melf, and Diana decide to chase up after the goblin. We're going to need some agility tests just to see if you can climb this side of the building. All right. So we'll go ahead and roll. We'll go ahead and roll. Let's see. We got some +1s. All right. Brendan made it. Melf is going to take some time. And then Diana is not able to make it this turn. So, Brendan, you climb up to the top and you see the goblin. It's laughing. And decides to shoot you now with the same kind of dirty blowgun it used previously. Let's go ahead and roll that shit. Also, Brendan is a fucking beefcake, though, looking at Brendan's stuff. It is the Poglin, yes. So we got 1d20 plus 1. Though, Brendan is able to dodge. And then now. However, you do notice that, like, as you begin laughing, the goblin's not alone, as it's joined by another goblin. It climbs up the side with much more ease than the rest of the crew. All right, though. So now it is time for Melf and it's time for Diana to attempt to climb. Melf does not make it. Diana is now on the roof. So Diana is now on the roof. Melf is still trying to climb. And Brendan can actually strike, though. Brendan can strike. There could be more. There could be any number. Goblins are especially shifty and hard to pin down. But so I'm going to duck my body a little bit so you guys can see. There we go. However, a 14 does hit as you strike the creature with your sword. Ooh, a solid blow as you... How much health do goblins have? I don't think it's that much. As Brendan, the true hero of this... Brendan's actually been doing a fuckload of work. Holy shit. You drive it into the creature's ribcage. You can tell that the goblin is a bit sturdier than you'd think because its skin is just kind of like thick and ropey. Like it's almost like its armor, like its body is made of leather armor. It's disgusting. All right, but now the two goblins are going to attempt to rake at you with their claws, Brendan. Can you dodge? Can you dodge? You dodge one, but miss the other. Luckily, Brendan has light armor on, so it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Minus 1d2. Brendan does take 1 point of damage, and is now similarly infected with the goblin curse. Melf is going to attempt to climb once more. Melf is up. Melf is up. Whole party is up there. So now Brendan and Diana can strike. Brendan and Diana can strike. Brendan fucking crits and is going to explode this goblin's brain. Like, easily. All right. Oh, yeah. Brendan just straight up decapitates this goblin. The original target of the curse. This goblin is probably going to shit its pants. Let me see. 2d6. And manages to keep it together. Wait, is Morel under or over? I had to double check to see if the goblin runs. Feel greater is demoralized. No, okay. Nope. Goblin is hello, treacherous Damon. Hello. Yes, I'm attempting to run Mork Borg with chat, and it's going pretty well, actually. It's going pretty well. Kill. Yes, good. And then the Diana's turn to strike with the flaming staff. Cannot roll properly. Unfortunately, if this was a regular creature, you would have hit. But now it misses the goblin. The goblin is going to fire once more at Diana because Diana just struck them. You guys do both lose your goblin curse. However, this goblin shoots Diana with a blow dart. Rolling the dice for 1 point of damage. Unfortunately, which sends Diana down. Now, we roll on the chart. 3. So worse than just a goblin infection, Diana is now hemorrhaging and will die in 1d2 hours. Unless given proper medical... And Diana will now die of blood loss in 1 hour if things are not dealt with quickly. Alright. The goblin feels resolute, just going, even if I die, you'll go down with me. As Brendan and Melf are able to strike back at it now. Brendan fucking hits because, of course, Brendan hits. Brendan, Ayanami, Brendan is the best character ever, but unfortunately, no damage. Surprisingly, no damage. And then Melf is going to attempt to strike as well. Oh no. Melf crit failed. So Melf goes to swing it. Ah, very good, very good. Reroll the dice. Yes, let's hit with that. And hey, Melf hits. Very good. Rolled 1d4 minus 1d2. No damage to the goblin though, as it takes the blow well. And the goblin scurries away. The goblin flees. Brendan and Melf will have to make an agility test to chase after it as it leaps from one rooftop to the next, laughing and cackling like a madman. What do you think? What do you think, Ayanami and Fickle? Your friend is bleeding to death. Continue pursuit. All right. It's agility time. Let's go. So Ayanami leaps after the goblin to try to kill it. Luckily, Ayanami has pretty decent agility and manages to make the leap, catches up, and then strikes, but misses. All right, Fickle Melf is not able to... doesn't have the tools to stabilize Diana, but is able to pick up Diana and take her down to the bottom floor. So now the rest of the crew sees that Diana is now bleeding horrifically. She's not much longer for this world. No, Diana is not okay. The goblin bolt pierced her heart without serious medical attention. Like not elixir of life, like medical attention. She is going to die. All right, the goblin laughs and tries to strike Bert. Oh, Brendan, my bad. Tries to strike Brendan. And manages to hit. 1d4 minus 1d2. Luckily does no damage as it plinks away. Yes, fortunately, you guys do not have any doctors. Oh. Let me. Oh, nope. No jaunty medieval town music. This is sorrowful. All right. Luckily, all right. So back to the top. Brendan is going to attempt to strike. Manages to hit. Luckily, Brendan has like a good sword. Manages to do 1 damage to the goblin. And the goblin is going to attempt to flee again. Like it's going to use all of its. It's not even going to bother to attack. It's starting to realize that this fight might be a total loss and attempts to flee. Real quick, I'm going to have you roll a presence just to kind of, if you can track to see where it's going. You are able to see where the goblin goes. It leaps off of a building into what looks like a sewers area, where it just kind of ducks into the shadows. It's going to be a little difficult to reach the goblin now, or you might have other things to worry about. We'll put the goblin in the hee hee corner. Bleeding Diana noises. Yes, so currently you are all standing around Diana. Not charge. Yes, exactly. Also, luckily, actually, you No, I did do one. No, you did slay the goblin that laid the curse on you as well. Diana is currently hemorrhaging though. Make a mental note and pass the info. You do know the location. You do know the location of that. All right, so what do? Yeah, you're not gonna be able to cauterize Diana. She has 1 hour. She has 1 hour to live before blood loss takes her. You could attempt to search for medicine. You could try to search for medicine. All right, let's say I'm going to give you. Let's see who has the highest presence. Who has the highest presence? Your highest presence is a +1. You guys basically are just like hired sell swords. You know nothing about medicine, unfortunately. So what I am going to do is I'm going to make a presence roll. I'll start with the original. Diana Rayfinton died. It might be fate. It might be fate. Field medics. If you guys were field medics, you might still be back in the homeland. Your only skills are fighting. So I'm going to give you 1 presence roll to look for medical supplies. This would be an hour's worth of search. 1d20 +1. I'm going to hit the button and see if you get it. I'm sorry. You search high and low through the city. All right, we got a reroll. Very nice, very nice. That was the reroll was successful. However, I have misfortune to burn. Let's see what I get now. No. If one of you has another reroll handy, maybe you could attempt it. All right, we got another reroll going. Do I wish to use another misfortune? Do I wish? Do I wish to use one more? I think I shall. I have plenty of misfortune after all. One of us will run out. No, I might keep a little bit of misfortune for later. Oh. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Actually, my misfortune was not enough to stop it. So you guys also do have a reroll to bank on later. Yes, this is how I make sure like no one in my community is going to do the thing where they hold on to like 10 million points because these tabletop streams. So what you do is desperately searching through medical supplies. You find some. You find some medical supplies in what must have been like an old abandoned clinic. There's enough to attempt to patch Diana up. However, one more roll. One of you is going to have to apply the medicine. I'll try to get on the next one. I might be doing this again next Saturday too. I run tabletop games pretty often. Generally, I run it with other VTubers, but I want to try to do more with chat. All right. One more. However, I'll stab you with the femur. Technically, the best medical person would be Melf, just because presence. All right. So you guys do have a reroll. Wait, I assume you would like to use that reroll then. Yep. All right. Let's spin that reroll. Let's roll those dice. Ooh. And what do we have here? A natural 20. So Fickle, not only do you manage to get the hemorrhaging fixed, Diana is back with a couple of wounds, little hit points. However, Diana can now move and is actually just not passed out. A part of it's the adrenaline, just like the fact that clinging on to life has kind of kept her awake, but also the voice of the flame spoke to her, pulling her away through the shadow of death. Diana lives. All right. Very good, very good, very good. Yes, the flame saved you. Now what? Now let's find out. Suicide is Pato's playing in the background. All right, now let's do a poll. So you guys also have a crossbow to divvy out. Who would like a crossbow? Who would like a crossbow? Actually, crossbows are fired through presence, so Melf would actually be the best fit for a crossbow right now. So we'll do that. And then you guys also have some caltrops, some chalk, some dark wood crucifix, and some dried food. And then I'm gonna pretend to be fickle. Yeah, I'll take the crossbow. You know, in the way Melf sounds. You know, your friend Melf that always sounds like this. All right. So now there's 2 locations you can go on the map that you have not gone to before. The mysterious shop or the manor. I cannot spell manor, Jesus Christ. Here we go. And while that's happening, I'm going to turn on the heater just a little bit, just a wee bit. It's awfully chilly in the workshop tonight when it's not burning hot. Why? Why is it like this? Why like this? Why? Okay. Well, actually, Furrow, the damage that did take you out was from a goblin. So you still are suffering from the potential curse. I guess I should redo that poll, actually. I should redo that poll. Because there is a new option now. There's a new option to consider. All right, let me redo this. Let me redo this. Where to? Goblin Nest, Manor, Mysterious Shop. How about we do this? How about we do this? All right, sorry about that, everybody. There's a new entry on that poll. Also, I need to roll a d6 for reasons. It's just a goblin nest. Nothing weird about that, guys. Why would a goblin nest be weird? Why would that be? Why would that be mysterious? Huh, I wonder who voted for Goblin Nest. I wonder. I have a gamer theory about maybe who might have voted for the nest. I don't know. I shall depart after all my sleep. It's all good, Dusk. I will continue to play. I will play Theron for you. Catch you. Have a good sleep and catch you later, yo. Catch you later. I imagine this is probably going to go on for at least another hour because there's definitely an end to this I have in mind, and you have not reached it yet. You're pretty close though. We'll see how this goes. We just spent a good 10k points just to let someone gobblify. Yes, you nerds did. Yes, you fucking nerds did. To be fair, I also spent some misfortune because it's fun. All right, so you all go to the mysterious shop. Also, a little goblin. Yeah, the curse can take upwards of like up to a week to take hold. All right. So you go into the shop, and the shop itself is devoid of light entirely, like most things in the city. However, it seems to be actually well maintained. In the darkness, you can hear the sound of just metal on metal, just clinking and clinking and clinking. The sound of a hammer striking an anvil. Behind the counter is a person? Maybe. It looks like a woman, but it's hard to tell under her mask. Her mask is a full facial covering Venetian mask, decorated but concealing her entire form. In fact, you cannot see a single bit of open skin on her anywhere. However, she does politely nod when you enter. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to our shop. My husband is in the back. He's the blacksmith, and I'm the seamstress. Are you going to try to explode? That sounds like you're trying to explode something. Tell me, what brings you to our humble shop? I take it you're not from around these parts. After all, you're still human. I can't say the same for me and my husband. We've managed to survive in this city, but we've lost something along the way. Oh, you need to kill a goblin. Well, that's easy enough. Just run a sword through it. What am I? Oh, that's a rather rude question to ask. Let's just say that I am not your enemy. At this point, the only thing keeping me and my husband going is our professions. We might be able to create things, useful things for all of you. But what we make is tainted, cursed even. When we sold our humanity for survival, our arts became twisted as well. Given the right materials, we can make truly wonderful things. But they'll carrying our desertion of our human spirit with them. Can I make a leg? Oh, I could make a leg. I could make a leg. My husband can make weapons. I can make all sorts of clothes or other items. Oh, you need to kill a lot of goblins. Goblins do fear fire like most monsters. However, it's going to be difficult to track if you're looking for a particular goblin, it's going to be a bit difficult if you've lost track of them. They're all over the sewers. Your best bet would be to try to lure them together and deal with them all at once. But you need bait. Do I have fine flammable powder? Perhaps there's some somewhere in here. What are you offering? If you want mundane items, you must pay for them, but if you wish to have something truly unique, that's something we'll do for free. Oh, identifying a single goblin. They all look the same. Something to take the curse out of another. That's something we could do. That could potentially be something we could do. But we'd have to put the curse somewhere after all. We'd have to find something alive. Another human. We don't want the curse. If you could find a victim for the curse, though, we could probably move it. This one has a stab wound. Perhaps you could find that goblin then. Also, Treacherous Demon, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Can make something to hold the flame in here. Ah! I haven't seen this in so long. The fires of the sun. Humanity's gift. When me and my husband turned our backs from humanity, we lost something within ourselves. I can imbue an item with the fire to contain it. Would you like for me to do this? I'm sure the vessel will be more sturdy than this concoction you have put together. Yes. Well, what would you like to place it in? So currently you all have, collectively, a ghost knife, a sword, 2 femurs, and another sword, and a staff, and a short sword. What are you thinking? Yeah, and your perfume. I guess you could attempt to put directly into the staff. We could do that. Hand it over here, and I'll husband of mine, come. And from like the clinking stops, and you see another fully masked figure. The husband's mask, though, is a little bit more loose-fitting than hers. You can notice that just, like, the exposed eye holes are covered, and, like, around the eyes is just covered with strange white fur. Yes. Do you give him the flame? All right. So the husband takes the staff and the flame and goes back, and you hear just like a weird like loud crackling noise, a burning, searing, like when you throw ice into a volcano and it just evaporates, pops and twists, and eventually he comes back with a staff, blackened, charred, but it's infused with a warm glow. Here. And gives you the staff. As for the leg you mentioned earlier, just find us a good replacement leg, and I'm sure we could come to an arrangement. In the meantime, though, I believe you have other pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. At that point, like, there's not much you can really do at the shop. The staff seems powerful. It's very sturdy. And the flame courses through it, contained within the blackened wood. All right, so now let's figure out where you wish to go. We have more human-sized legs, or do we know to find a human-sized corpse? The tricky thing is that you guys haven't seen people yet, really. The only person you've seen was the caretaker, and that was back at the lighthouse. Oh, so what you do when you redeem you can enter a name, and I will give your character that name. That's an option. Well, remember too that any goblins like to spread the goblin curse, so any humans they would have had has probably been turned into a goblin a long time ago. So yeah, so treacherous. If you do redeem that, just type in a name, and I will assign you a character from the list. All right, let me check the poll. Ooh, it looks like the manor is happening. Oh, last chance 50-50. All right, so we're gonna let R and Jesus take the wheel. 1d2. 1 will be nest, 2 will be manor. 1 will be nest. Cool. I figured this would probably maybe be the last location for the night. Maybe, just maybe. All right, so earlier, I believe it was Brendan who found where the goblin scurried off to. And that scurrying was kind of deep down into the sewers. You see effectively like a sewer line where it would enter. There is a nearby manhole cover for you to all enter if you wish to go, since you go then that way. And like the sewers are relatively clean, weirdly enough. Because at this point the town has not used the sewers in so long, the kind of natural process of rain has. Sanson, all right, let's go. Hell yeah. All right, welcome aboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's roll a die. That's the thing I like about Roll20. 11, 10, 9, 8. Is that I can just roll dice that don't make any sense. Are jellies in the setting? I don't know. Are you? Do you think you guys are ready for this jelly? Are you guys ready for that? All right, Sanson, you have a warhammer, medium armor, a lantern, and a toolbox. You are well equipped. And let me go ahead and add you to the list. Gelatinous cubes. Maybe you'll find out. All right, let me put you on the image file. Export quick PNG. Oh, that lantern will come in handy because the sewers are absolutely pitch black. Up until this point, you all have been navigating by moonlight, and it's been very tricky. But now, deep down there, the tunnels, the sewers are dark. There's just nothing visible. However, Diana's staff can produce a small flame at the top, which will light the way. And also, like right as you're about to come down, Sanson from the ship has arrived. Warhammer at his side, and then lantern ready to go. The scrolls are not single use, actually. The scrolls can be used. The way the scrolls work is that when you try to use the scroll, you roll a power check. Sanson has come prepared. So together, you're all able to see your way through the sewers. And the sewers are winding, dark, and dangerous. Even with the lantern, it's a little tricky. And then let me go ahead and roll some dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly 10 players, which makes rolling some things pretty easy. And of course I rolled the wrong die because I'm a moron. Here we go, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Diana. Alright, so let's go ahead and roll a presence. Alright, Diana. Good for you. So as you all are walking, Diana's a magnet apparently. As you're all walking, without paying much attention, you kind of feel yourself bump against something, and then a trip, like a trap. The rope tightens around your foot and begins to swing you up, but quickly you burn away the rope with your staff. As you can see, the rope would have led you to a bunch of spikes embedded in the ceiling. These areas are going to be, of course, goblins don't play fair. There's going to be a lot of traps down here. Yes, you all need to be very careful. Very, very careful. I'm going to kill all of them. Yes, good. Let me see. So you all keep going again. Yeah, there's screams to my goddamn Spotify. Spotify has not been... That magic is not available just yet. Let me see. How big is the square is, and the scrolls can illuminate. The scroll... Let me see how big False Dawn can cover. Is False Dawn actually... Let me see. Am I just... I think at this point it would light up like a huge area around you all. So if nobody, if you would like to attempt to use your false dawn scroll, would you like to do that? Would you like to be a wizard, Ari? All right, let's see. So in this system, you rolled to cast it, and you rolled an 18. So Bob, from within Bob's robes comes the scroll of false dawn, and a few holy words are muttered, and then suddenly the sewers light up, brilliant and bright. You notice at least 3 other traps ahead. But now that they're no longer obscured, they're full. The whole traps are now just totally baked in light and making them very easy to see and very easy to avoid. So good job. You managed to stop the party from running into more traps, which would have been very annoying. Because the light from the lantern was enough to guide you through, but not bright enough to kind of like make spotting traps very easy. But now, straight up, the area around you guys might as well be daylight, like, which is something you haven't seen for a while. And now that means you can just kind of wander your way through the sewers, and then you just hear laughter. Why is it bright? They're coming. They're coming. Oh, the prey comes to us. They will all be goblins soon. They will all be goblins soon. Yes, 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 yes. The chanting gets louder and louder as you approach. And you come to a carved out chamber within the sewers. The lair of the goblins. From earlier, you notice one goblin in particular has a pretty deep nick in its shoulder, but it's not alone. 3 other normal-sized goblins are also there partying. They're enjoying what looks like a wolf that are just eaten alive. Like the wolf is dead, thank God, but they just ate the creature straight up and just ripped it to pieces with their teeth. That at least all the smaller goblins have. By himself, in the middle, an especially tall, lordly goblin. The Goblin King. A vicious monarch. Easily 4 times the size of a regular goblin and corpulent. Ignore the fact that this one's imagine that he has like a lot more girth. This one is still licking its lips from the blood and guts of the just slaughtered wolf that has been chewing on. Yes. More humans to make goblin. More humans to make goblin. And now we roll to see who goes first in this fight. The goblins go first. And who? Oh, I know who the goblins are going to attack. Brendan. The little tiny goblin's like, he hit me, he must pay. So Brendan, the 4 little goblins come at you, wanting revenge. 1 dodge, 2 dodge, 1 miss, 2 miss. The goblins just descend upon Brendan, scratching and clawing. Luckily, Brendan himself also has armor to maybe potentially lighten the blow. Brendan does take 1 nick of damage and once more catches the goblin curse. Let me write that down. Then where is this at? All right, then the Goblin King pulls from deep within his folds a musty, tattered scroll and begins chanting as a foul lightning crackles through his hands. The 9 violet signs unknot the storm. Produce 1d2 lightning bolts doing 1d6 damage each. How many lightning bolts does the Goblin King have? 1 lightning bolt. Who does the Goblin King target? Sanson. How much damage does the Goblin King do? Three damage to Sanson. Sanson barely hangs on as the lightning just strikes his body, causing him to jerk and shake as it just courses through. And now it's the party's turn. Bert can now attack with the spectral knife. +1. Oh, actually, we should also roll. We should roll again as well. Poll again. Who will the targets be? Target goblins. Goblin King. Let's find out. Let's find out. I have a feeling, but I feel like I need to ask. Yep. Seems like leave the little ones to me. Put that big fucker down. Exactly. Well, it seems like at this point the king is pretty much chosen. So we'll go ahead and have everyone strike at the king. Okay, roll 1d20 +1. Bert. Fuck. I did fuck. Okay, I did roll in Twitch and not. All right. Bert misses. Brendan misses. Ball crits. Ball crits. Very good. So Ball, you will go ahead and 1d4 times 2 plus minus 1d2. Oh, you what would normally be a solid blow on a man, unfortunately, is just kind of bounced off the Goblin King's gelatinous hide. You can tell you do damage to him. You can tell that something happened, but maybe not quite as much as you would have liked. All right, it is now Theron's go. Theron hits, and then Theron has a femur. Ooh, it's very solid blow from Theron, though. Very solid blow from Theron as the femur just clubs the Goblin King in the face, and Goblin King is not pleased. Is not pleased as Theron begins to draw his ire. All right, Talus. Talus hits. Talus has another femur. Imagine landing a crit that was lower than the femur hit. It'd be like that sometimes. All right, Melf is well equipped to do some bonks. Melf does hit. Roll 46 minus 1d2. Solid 2 damage. Boing. Exactly. The bouncing is real. All right, and then Diana, the whole reason. You can use invisibility scroll. Yes, you can. Let's see. All right, so Diana will have a +1 to try to hit, and does hit. D6 minus 1d2. Another solid round of damage to the king. Garth is going to attempt to swing at the king. Garth misses terribly. So, Bob, you are going to attempt to cast invisibility to make yourself invisible. Unfortunately, it fails. So when you fail magic, what happens is you lose 1d2 HP and become dizzy for the next hour. So Bob, you take 2 damage, and so what happens is when you are dizzy, if you try to cast a spell again and fail, catastrophic bad things happen. However, that might still be worthwhile. That still might be worthwhile to do. Yes, the flame does seem to sear his fat, doing the good work. All right, and then finally, Sanson misses. It is now the goblins' turn. They are going to continue to try to get revenge on Brendan. All right, Brendan, it is now the agility roll time. A critical miss. A dodge, a critical dodge, and a critical dodge. Okay, so the critical miss on the dodge, the defense. Let me see what happens for that. It's not great, but you're going to reroll die for the critical. All right. So one will be a regular hit, which will roll first then. You guys are just hemorrhaging points, which will be good. One of these days, I'm going to make another type of stream that uses points. You guys are going to be sad. All right, no damage. However, the 2 critical hits mean that, Brendan, you get 2 free swings. So let's go ahead and just roll d20 twice. One's a fucking crit. Okay. All right, and Brendan has the sword. So this is going to be good. 1d6. Times 2 minus 1d2. 8 damage. So the one goblin, the whole instigator of this from earlier, finally you run your sword through it, just straight up, and like it tries to leap on you, and you catch it in midair and skewer the beast. And thus Furrow's goblin curse is ended. And so is yours. However, it is time for the Goblin King once more, as the Goblin King begins to chant to create more lightning. 2 bolts. Who does the bolts target? 2 and 6. Brendan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Melf. Brendan's strike. 2 damage. Melf strikes 6. Alright. Melf is surprisingly okay. But barely holding on as the electricity goes through his body. Humans you are a sturdy lot, but not for much longer. Soon you will be my brood. It's only a matter of time. All right, and it's now the strikeage time. All right, so let's go ahead and roll some dice. I'm just going to assume you guys are still going after the king. Meese. Oh, this is getting bad. Theron. -1. The king is the biggest threat. Balbuddy promised me goblin auto holes. Why is this false advertising? I mean, you never said who was going to be the owner hole. So I mean, maybe the advertising isn't false, but maybe you're just not going to like the result. All right, so let me go back. Let me see. Who was I even rolling for? Oh, this is Talus. Let's see. Ooh, it's a critical hit from Talus on the king. Very nice. Another critical femur strike. -1d2. Unfortunately, does 0 damage. Oh god, that fucking sucks. All right, Melf. All right. Melf's time to strike. Heals it for 1. Melf actually does hit. Melf hits, and then we're gonna. Ooh, solid 2 damage from Melf. Solid 2 damage from Melf. As the short sword strikes, and then we got Diana. We got Diana going. I think Diana has a bonus. Diana misses. Garth. Garth is trying his best right now. Oh god, Garth crit. Crit failed. Okay. I think at this point, Garth. Let me see. What should this be? Crits? Let me see what crit fails do for attacks generally. Normally I'm not a big fan of crit fails, but it's kind of funny in a system like this. The weapon breaks or is lost. Alright, yeah, there we go. Yeah, milk those rolls. Milk those rolls. It's a regular fail now. It's a regular fail. Which is good, because if not, the sword would have shattered, which is good because Garth actually has, like, pretty decent shit. Alright, nobody. I hate you with every fiber of my being. Ha 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 ha. Using all your dice. Nya, nya, nya. All right. So nobody. Do you wish to use magic again, or do you want us to strike? Do you wish to strike? Smack him. All right. Well, you actually, the funny thing, you actually have a very fantastic strength. You are actually, like, you are muscle wizard. But you roll a 1. Okay, so your femur is going to shatter unless you guys reroll that. By femur, I mean the weapon you're holding, not your actual femur. And then Sanson is going to roll. You guys are probably running out of points, I imagine, at some point. And Sanson misses. All right, let's reroll. Let's reroll yours then. Nobody. Hey, a crit. There we go. There we go. Do you still hate me with every fiber of your being? Is that still on the table? You still are you angry about elves? And you do a solid 2 damage bonk to the king. Solid 2 damage bonk. All right. It's the goblin's turn. Let me see. I think they're going to attempt to. They're probably still going to go after Brendan. I'm adding to surrounding fibers as well to the hate pool. Very good. Very good. So now this is where the fun begins. So you guys have begun to take a bit in combat against a boss creature. The misfortune gauge goes up by 1. And the goblins go back to striking once more. All right, Brendan. 3 goblins are coming at you with increased ferocity. You dodge 1, you dodge 2, and you miss the 3rd. But now you notice that with the death and with just the increasing anger of the king, they dig deeper, they dig harder, they're more frenzied. Their attacks will now do an additional increased die size worth of damage. As Brendan takes 4. Bringing him to near death. The Goblin King readies his mighty scroll once more and casts 1 more lightning bolt. At what target? At Sanson once more. Doing 5 damage and taking Sanson out. I don't that bring it might have been so now we're going to roll on the table. You rolled 3, hemorrhaging. If you do not get medical attention within an hour, you will die. Sanson does have a warhammer. Samson does have a warhammer. You do have the Warhammer, yep. So if someone wishes to grab the Warhammer to use it instead, that's an option, just to get a little bit more damage in. All right. Time to rush the king once more. All right, it is now Bert's go. Miss. Brendan. Miss. Ball. Can you throw nobody the hammer before his turn? You can. You can spin your action giving nobody the hammer. Ooh, we get a crit from Ball. 1d let's see. 1d4 times 2 minus 1d2. No damage. Unfortunately, the king's body is so fucking rubbery. Theron. Miss. Melf. Boing. Miss. Oh god, you guys are doing awful this turnaround. Diana. Hit. Finally some real damage. Finally some damage. A sizable 2 damage as you begin to sear the king once more with your mighty flame. It has been a rough 2 turns. Garth. Miss. And then sorry. So Fickle missed anyway. So my bad. So Melf does actually pick up the Warhammer and gives it to Bob to get some extra slaps in. So this is fine. So Bob, you now have the Warhammer. And you hit. This guy is amazingly fat. He is the fattest. Oops, I almost rolled a D. I almost fucked up the dice quite a bit. Another 2 damage. The goblin's turn. The misfortune gauge goes up. As the dread fills you from these horrific circumstances. The goblins swing with increased fervor at Brendan, growing crazed. Dodge. Hit. 1d6 minus 1d2. No damage, though, as Brendan's light armor manages to keep him safe. Barely. Just barely. So much boinging today. The Goblin King. 1 lightning bolt. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At Diana. How much damage does that deal? 6 damage. Diana goes down. Roll on the death chart. Hemorrhaging. 1 hour. Again, yes. The old wounds in Diana had reopened up once more. Let me see. Alright. It is now back to the top. Have you tried turning her off again? Yes, alright, it is. It is now Bert's go. As the party begins to shrink wildly. Hit. How much is Bert? Bert. Oh, Bert has a spectral knife. Now it's Bert actually hits. 2 damage to the Goblin King. And then on Brendan. Brendan swings. And hits. What's Brendan got going on? A sword. No damage. Ball. The king does not look like he's doing good. Miss. However, let's see if the party's own incompetence will bring some issues. Miss. Talus. Miss. Can you reroll damage? It's a little late for the previous reroll damage, but in the future, yes. Melf. Miss. Why, Hal, you're looking for a bit demon-possessed? Hello, Shadow. Yes, I'm a... No, this is just me being a bit more mimicky than usual. Garth. -1. Miss. Bob is going to attempt to cast the invisibility spell once more and fails catastrophically. So now it's time to roll onto the arcane spell failure chart. Well, it has 20 entries. Oh, except for that reroll. All right. Let's undo that. Still failing. I'm half elf, half mimic. Would you guys like to burn another reroll? Yes. All right, let's go again. Success. Or is it? Or is it as I decrease the misfortune down to roll again? And you make it. You make it. All right. Nobody, you are now invisible. Totally unseen. And now it's Goblin's turn. The misfortune gauge goes up by 1 once more. Somehow the Goblin King lived for one more round. The goblins are going to attack Brendan again. Does Brendan have what it takes to roll? Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Miss. I mean, wait, attack will hit, attack dodged, critical hit, retaliation. So, let's see what happens when the goblin strikes first. Ooh. Oh, okay. We are rerolling. Ayanami has been saving up those points. All right, let's find out. Let's find out if that. All right, the dodge is successful, and you do. Talk about unloading points. This is how I bleed my audience out of points. So this is gonna be good. This is cool for me. I'm down with this. All right, you strike back at the goblin and miss. However, they do not hit you. The Goblin King. 1 bolt of lightning. D8. I apologize to Nanners already. Nanners understands. This went to a good cause. 1. Bert McGurk. How much damage? 2 damage. Or is it 2 damage? Misfortune gauge. 2 damage. Who is all down? Currently, Diana and Sanson are hemorrhaging to death right now. After Vampires, I asked myself if my points could have been saved if the party had leveled up between sessions. Not really, actually. It's actually very hard for people to level up in Vampire. All right, Bert. Bert, stab. Bert, stab. Can Bert stab? Bert, stab. Bert, stab damage. And with the spectral knife of Dave cutting through thick goblin fat like butter, Bert lays the killing blow upon the Goblin King. That's a great idea, honestly, Fickle. I need to play around with some stuff like that. I'm saving that for later. All right, the goblins test morale. The goblins test morale. The goblins stay. The goblins stay. At least one more round. Let me see. Though at this point, it's pretty obviously kind of goblins too much. Yes, kill them all. Yes, just to make sure that there's no goblins left, of course. All right. Let me see. After that, it is Brendan. They have to stay. If they flee, we'd have to deal with the curse. That's true. That's true. This would be better. This would be better. All right. So 1d6 minus 1d2. 2 damage. Wait, does this goblin take any damage? No. The baby goblins are doing pretty good, but they don't have much health. All right, Brendan gets a good hit. Ball McPokey. Ball McPokey has fucking beautiful strength. Hits. Minus 1d2. No damage. Let's see. Theron. Minus 1. I'm also thinking probably some way before next session I'll try to find some way to automate this a little bit. We'll find out. This is the first time I've done it with this system, so here we go. No damage to this goblin. Talus. I think Talus has a 0. Talus misses. Melf crits? Melf crits and has a sword. A short sword. 1d4 times 2 minus 1d2. Hey, finally a solid hit. Which slays this goblin instantly as Talus braidens it with the short sword. Alright. Oh wait, no, was that Talus? That was Talus. No, that was Melf. As Melf brains it with the short sword. My bad. Yeah, hell yeah, Fickle, let's go. Alright, Garth. Poor Garth. Oh, poor Garth. Misses. Bob is invisible. So Bob, basically, nobody. You can attack, and you basically have a much better chance of, yeah, I'm gonna make some macros at some point. All right, so for right now, Bob, it's really easy for you to attack. So we'll go ahead and do that. You hit. Like that's how easy it is to attack with invisibility right now. So it's gonna be a d6 minus a d2. A solid 4 damage to this goblin. Yeah, so basically the goblins can attempt to attack you, but it's very tricky. All right, so at this point they have tested morale and they're in it to win it. They want to take someone else. Also, now that the Goblin King has been slain, the misfortune gauge will no longer raise. It'll stay at 2. However, misfortune will carry between sessions, while your rerolls will not. So this is going to be fun. All right. It is now Brendan. Dodge 1. Brendan dodged both. Let's go. Misses. Let's see, what is this? I had a bot directly messaged me. Fuck you. Oh my god, that's annoying. And they're using anime avatars. Oh, they're evolving. Jesus Christ. The sacred art of anime has been perverted by bots. All right, Brendan strike. True. 1d6 minus 1d2. 1 damage to Goblin. Goblin holding on for dear life. Theron. No, it's Ball's turn. Evolving to bait weebs. The sad thing is that bots must make bots have to work for some people. Like, if no one got tricked by a bot, they would stop. But that means, some people, ooh. So Theron's femur shatters into dust. There's just no femur left, unless you guys decide to want to reroll that. If not, I'm going to continue to move on. All right. Eventually, I don't know if it's worth... All right, here we go. Get wrecked, nerd! Get wrecked! Oh. Terrible rolls. Sorry, I'm gloating too much. All right, you're tapped out. Good. All right, that femur is fucking pulverized. Moving on. All right, so it is now Thalus's go. Miss. Melf's go. These goblins are still holding on pretty well. Garth. Where's your old femur? It's on the ground. It's on the. Your old femur's not gone yet. Like that means Theron during their next turn can pick up your old. Well, that's also assuming Sanson's gone forever. Garth misses. Bob can strike. Bob still hits because invisibility is good. Blue Gatorade is the best Gatorade. My favorite Gatorade. This is going to be a controversial choice. I had this cucumber Gatorade that was the shit. Oh, that D6 does no damage. Jesus Christ, these goblins. These fucking goblins are holding on. They do not wish to die. They wish to murder. They wish to live. All right. Grab the scroll, lightning, call for Bob. You could attempt to grab the scroll. Yes, there's a scroll of lightning, on which will be in the loot. All right, so Goblin is going to deal damage to Brendan. Yes. Taking Brendan out. Let's roll on the death table now. Do you want the lightning bolt my ass? That's fine. All right, let's go. Let's see what's on the table. Hemorrhage. 2 hours. Everybody's bleeding in the club tonight. All right, let's go. Hemorrhage 2. All right, so it is now Bert's go. Bert, strike, Bert. Bert, strike. This goblin will instantly die no matter what Bert does. So Bert kills this goblin. Brendan is hemorrhaging ball. Does not. Let me see. The only thing hemorrhage was points. Exactly. I am removing everyone's points through just terrible rolls. Mrs. Talus. Actually, Theron picked up the femur that time. So now femur has been acquired. Talus femur. So, okay. That he could have rolled a 0. Yeah, let's not worry about it. If you roll a 4, you just insta-die straight up. Though it's not like a 3 is much better. Melf hits. And Melf has a good sword. Oh, Melf has a... Oh, Melf also had a crossbow this whole time. Fuck, let's use the crossbow. I'm a moron. Don't worry, I mean, This is fine. Minus 1d8. Minus 1d2. You guys picked it up earlier. I forgot about it. It's not cheating. It's advanced forgetting techniques. Solid 4 damage to the goblin as it gets fucking just like punctured. Garth is ever since Garth lost a leg, Garth has been Garth just at this point, like the crutches break terribly and Garth just falls into a pile, just unable to stand up. We have enough bodies now for a new leg. A horrific goblin leg, yes. And then Bob can swing. Bob hits because of invisibility. No damage. Alright. I guess at this point, who the goblin? Cybergarth. Who the one goblin wants to get some easy prey? Let me see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I feel like the goblin would go for Garth. Because Garth is the fucking easiest prey right now, and the goblin wants to try to make someone goblin-y. Or do something. Alright, goblin is going to try to swing at Garth. Goblin hits Garth. Goblin takes Garth down. Garth rolls on table. Garth dead. Garth rolls death. Do you wish to roll Garth out of death? Is it even worth it? Is Garth worth saving? Do you have points to save Garth? Oh, the goblin's damage has raised because the misfortune has raised. That's the misfortune effect for this fight. We found legs for him. Well, it doesn't seem like anyone is going to come for dear old Garth. Let's write it. Let's write it on his epitaph. No longer has crew catches. Death by goblin. F to Garth. Alright. Bert. Avenge Goth, Bert. Avenge Goth, you hit with your dagger. 3 damage, killing the last goblin. Whew. Alright. Alright, party. The Goblin King remains dead. But at what cost indeed? But at what cost indeed? Garth is deceased, and 3 of the party members are bleeding out. You've already searched the shops for medical supplies, which stopped Diana from dying once. You can make another roll, and each failure will be an hour. And each success will only allow you to save 1 person. Diana and Sanson each have hemorrhaging 1. Who has the most presence out of the living? Melf. It's time to see if there's any supplies left, any at all in this godforsaken city. Failure. Do you have any points left? Well, you'll have enough to increase misfortune. And with that, Sanson and Diana bleed out. Diana can no longer hear the sound of the flames, as finally she loses the last of her lifeblood. However, there's one more person you might be able to save. Brendan. Brendan had done so much for all of you. Better dead than a goblin, that is true. Now, Melf. Oh, it's going to need more than just a tourniquet. It's going to need more than just a tourniquet, but let's see. Let's see. Do you save Brendan? You do. You scrounge and you search and you look and you find makeshift medical supplies. Now to apply them. Does anybody have points? Anybody at all? Well, this might be it for poor Brendan. Melf tries his best as well as he could, but it's not enough. The supplies were too makeshift. Oh, dumpster. The supplies were too makeshift, too poor. You seal Brendan up the best you can. It looks hopeless. You turn and walk out. You cover them with some dirty cloth from a window, and turn to walk away, leaving Brendan's tomb inside of an abandoned building. Until coughing, life, against all odds, with piss-poor medical treatment, Brendan survives. Brendan looks down at his chest, and it's just a patchwork of makeshift, terrible stitching. But it worked. Brendan lives. And with that, the goblins are dead. What do you wish to do with the Goblin King? Remember that you do have oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, Diana's... Yes, you, Brendan, you look around and you see wrapped in sheets are Diana and Garth. So I'll go ahead and put their inventory into the party loot. May your Warhammer remain strong. It will be. As Bob now wields the Warhammer. Let me see what else Sanson had. You do remember that the flame does react to powerful sacrifices. And the Goblin King truly seems like a powerful creature indeed. Do you wish to burn the Goblin King with the staff after its user was finally passed? Or do you just wish to let the Goblin King rot? Ah, yes, of course. So, together, the crew gathers all of the goblin corpses. Most of the smaller ones are easy. The Goblin King takes several men. And in addition to that, Diana, Garth, and Sanson are placed on top of the pyre in a triumphant battle pose. Crude weapons made of driftwood to kind of mimic what they would have done in life. The staff is then thrown on. Sensing that its owner died, it cracks in half, releasing the flame of the sun. And the pyre ignites. Several worthy sacrifices. As the fire lights all of them, the Goblin King begins to shriek. The goblins begin to shriek. Diana, Garth, and Sanson begin to shriek. The death wail. Their souls escape their body and coalesce into a massive flame that jettisons into the sky and hovers above town. And together their fire illuminates the whole area. A small makeshift sun. The town is basked in the light of a sun that can provide just enough light to mimic the warm glow of the evening, the fading pink of a dying light, but it's enough. Also, a Daka Flock of Flame. Hello. Welcome. We're approaching the end of our Mork Borg session. Now the city has been reclaimed. Except for the mysterious manor that sits on the hill. The small infant sun. The light does not shine on the manor. However, everywhere else is lit. And you can tell that the monsters, the truly monstrous, the crabmen, unseen horrors that you did not even deal with, retreat from the city. It's now yours to take care of. Now, before we wrap up this session, this is your new establishment, your new base of operations. your new foothold into this strange land of the what did I call this? My diction broke because I had to look up some notes. The Bastion of the Sun. What do you wish to name the settlement? So I'm burning away these goblins. Oh, that's the name of the region. That's the name of the region. We got Dianiston and Hellsrich. Those both seem like good names. Let's put it to a poll. Let's put it to a poll. When in doubt, we will democracy the fuck out of this. Breaking your diction sounds. Ah, my god! I typed roll, not poll. Yeah, my diction got hit by a car. It's really unfortunate. Port town name. Dianiston and Hellsreach. The poll has started. Let's just type it on the screen. Placeholderberg. I'm good at names. Let's change the font to white so you guys can see it. Let's change the size to fucking huge. Alright, let's see what the names... Looks like Dianiston's doing pretty well. It's doing pretty well. Alright. I believe, unless there's a sudden shift. Alright. And with that, the town is named. Can I make it bigger? No, I can't. Not without making the text bigger. This is fine. So now, as the miniature sun floats above Dianiston, at least there's some amount of civilization has been restored. And with that, we will bring tonight's session to a close. All right. Thank you all for coming to this little experiment. This is a lot of fun. I hadn't done something like this since my birthday stream, and I think Mork Borg might be a better fit for a system than Dungeon Crawl Classics was. My plan is that maybe outside the occasional video game stream on Saturdays, anytime I'm not running a usual tabletop for VTubers, I will probably run this. And I'm planning to kind of open it up into a hex crawl, like West Marches sort of dealio. I'm glad you guys had a lot of fun. And also for anyone who lived, your character can continue to the next session. And anyone who died, don't worry, you can make a new one come next time. Hey, I'm glad you had fun, Treacherous. I'm glad you had fun. This is a ton of fun. I definitely have things planned. So this will be a viewer campaign, which I don't know if has actually been done before. So this should be great. All right. So besides this, as far as schedules go, I do not have a schedule set up other than the fact that I'm going to be, imagine, with enough points to make characters. Yeah, you guys are fucking drained this time. Next session's going to be rough. I'll have to take that into account. I was playing something rules light. It's this Mork Borg is a very nice rules light system. I actually really enjoy it. I really enjoy it quite a bit. So let me see who Taoist I wish to raideth. All right. But yeah, this is pretty sweet. And yeah, like I said, I'm gonna definitely do this again. Leon's on. Leon is playing Black Souls. I've heard, I keep hearing these, like, the Black Souls games are good. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what they're about. I think they're one of those games that are technically H games, but you can turn that off and, like, the gameplay is actually good. So we're gonna raid Leonidas. All right. Here's the raid message if you have a raid. If you have a sub, here is this. You do not have a sub. Maybe consider subbing to get more points for next time. I'm kidding. I'm fucking with you guys. But yeah, thank you all for coming. And like I said, I want to make this a regular thing, so I expect this to be on my schedule for next week, bearing any sudden surprises. So I will suck my Pokeball. Got him. All right, take it easy, nerds, and give Leon a nice welcome. I'll catch you all later. Bye bye.
Don't look. No, it's not like this. Please, enough. Just leave. Painting your dreams. Rat Ray. Help.